watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A few things we are monitoring right now as we start our hours of streaming together that we will take you through the afternoon. Want to let you know a couple of things here that we are watching for at this 11 o'clock hour. First, give you a live look right now inside a courtroom in Provo, Utah, where today is about to begin day 2 of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson. He is the suspect accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk, and he is due back in court for the second day of that preliminary hearing. Yesterday, we heard some testimony from a number of a couple of officers who were on the scene that day. Some testimony that showed, give me one second here, some testimony that showed that, sorry, I'm tracking some breaking news there. I wanted to start rolling on another live picture that I will take you to in just a second. But we're getting ready to hear some more testimony. Again, I heard from a couple of officers yesterday talking about the security posture at Utah Valley University ahead of that event back in September where Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. We heard some new evidence as well about a holster that was found in the grass near the stage area, something that had not been released publicly before. We know that Erika Kirk was in the courtroom yesterday, as was Charlie Kirk's parents. Donald Trump Jr. even in the courtroom yesterday. This is Judge Tony Graff. You may have seen a viral video going around on social media where it showed the judge reacting and kind of flinching while watching some video that has not been released before, showing another angle of the Charlie Kirk shooting. Because of the rules inside that courtroom, that is not something that anyone in the public outside of the courtroom was able to see. But that video making the rounds on social media. Let me give you a look right now in Turkey. This is not live, but I do want to show you. This is President Trump meeting earlier with President Erdogan of Turkey ahead of a NATO summit, 2-day NATO summit in Turkey that is going on today. The president took some questions at that event as well, and so we will continue to monitor that. A couple of more events on the schedule for the president and other world leaders today, and so we'll keep an eye on that. Let me also give you a live look right now in New York City, where the fire department and a number of other officials have responded to a scene. We're keeping an eye on this. This is in Midtown East, 235 East 42nd Street. There were 2 buckled steel beams that were found at an active construction site there, and so that construction site has been evacuated. They're working to figure out what happened. Apparently 2 columns had buckled on the 21st and 22nd floors of a 38-story building. Apparently there were reports that bricks were falling, floors were sagging between the 21st and 26th floor of this building. Again, the New York Department of Buildings says this is currently an active and permitted construction site. But as you see, still very much an active scene right now. Fire department, you see folks in those reflective vests. They have been working to evacuate that construction site. And we're working to learn some more information, and we'll bring you some new details as we get it. It does look like there might be a mic stand set up there. We may hear from officials giving a briefing here in a little bit. So we will keep our eyes peeled for this and continue to monitor this throughout the day of potentially developing story here in New York City, where there were some buckling beams found, and experts that Fox 5 New York spoke to say they don't necessarily know right now what caused it or what the extent of damage might be. So still very much a developing scene at this hour that we will continue to keep an eye on. little closer to home, just want to let you know a couple of other things that are coming up today here on Fox 35 News Plus. Around noon, we expect to hear from Senator Ashley Moody, who is going to be speaking at Kennedy Space Center, talking about some new legislation that she has introduced that will, she says, help modernize the infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and really position Florida in a better way for this kind of ongoing, this new generation of space race. So we will hear from her coming up in about an hour or so. We will live stream that for you right here on Fox Local. And then I want to let you know at 2 o'clock, in lieu of our normal Florida Live show, we will have a special Road to Gold special, obviously coming off of a tough loss for the U.S. men's national team last night against Belgium. Let me give you a live look right now in Seattle. This is outside the U.S. men's national team hotel. You see the USA bus there. Reporters and others have been staking out, waiting to see if we can get a glimpse of any of the team as they kind of head out and likely go their separate ways after their road to gold ended last night in Seattle. A tough loss against Belgium, and it's not a great looking performance either. So a tough way for the World Cup championship hopes to end for the U.S. men's national team, especially in the aftermath of the controversy of the red card and the reinstatement of Balogun and him on the pitch last night. But just didn't look like the same U.S. team that we had been watching over the past couple of weeks. So a tough way for that one to end. So we are just getting started here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to come over the next little bit. We're going to check in and show you the groundbreaking on Church Street in downtown Orlando, kind of really setting up what officials in the city hope could be a new generation and really a new life for that part of downtown Orlando. So they're excited about that, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. We're also going to talk some politics with our friends at Politico and give you the short list of potential candidates for Byron Donalds when it comes to his lieutenant governor pick. So a lot of exciting things on the schedule for today. We appreciate you joining us. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
From team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. Brooks, happy Tuesday.
Happy Tuesday to you. We've got changes ahead, Garrett. Lots of changes.
All right. What are we talking?
Well, you know how it's been really rainy and really stormy every day?
Yeah.
We're about to see that pattern break, and we're going to see fewer storms and more heat. So it's not a change that maybe a lot of us are excited about, but
Right.
It's a change. It's something different than what are often very similar days from day to day in the summertime here in Florida. But it's a really fascinating reason why it's changing. It's all about the Sahara Desert, which is incredible to think about because that's more than 5,000 miles away. How could something in North Africa affect our weather here in Florida and across the Gulf Coast, from Texas through Louisiana all the way into the Sunshine State? Well, it's thanks to the dust from the Sahara Desert that will blow across the entire ocean, and it gets here on Thursday. And that's going to make things around here hotter and also drier as far as lower rain chances, although it's going to stay steamy for better or worse. Okay, looking outside, there's our grills, Riverside Cam in Melbourne, and we've got an alto cumulus cloud deck. And that is a sign of upper level instability, which means that thunderstorms are likely. And in downtown Orlando, we've got a mix of cumulus clouds and some alto cumulus clouds. But we read the sky like farmers. You know, you lick your finger and kind of gauge the wind direction. Because often in a near-term forecast, that's a pretty valid way to see what's coming our way. And today, in fact, will be the last day of likely thunderstorms, where you hit that point of like a 60% chance plus chance for storms before we see rain chances sliding to a less than likely chance of like a 20 to 30% shot. The Saharan dust arrives late week, and an upper level high pressure builds in at the same time. This is a 1-2 punch for knocking our rain chances out of here for a couple of days. And we'll talk about the Saharan dust because not only is it something that it's so dry, this blows in over 5,000 miles, as I mentioned, at an altitude of about 1,500 feet to as high as about 7,000 or 8,000 feet. There's a chunk of the atmosphere that is super dry. If you were to fly up there in an airplane and sample the air, the relative humidity would be very low. And oftentimes the air is hotter because it's got these microscopic bits of sand and dust. And when the sun hits them, they heat up. And so there's this hot layer that prevents air from rising through it, because for air to rise, it has to be cooler above. It's like a hot air balloon, it needs that buoyancy. And that's why dust oftentimes kills those rainy season afternoon storms, but also puts a big damper on hurricanes. If there's any kind of a tropical threat, it can take care of it. It's like a big paper towel just mopping it up. But there's a health concern. If you have any respiratory issues, the dust can be a pretty major irritant. And even for healthy folks, it can make you sneeze. So you may notice your eyes are a little itchy this weekend because the dust gets here on Thursday and it lingers through the weekend. You may sneeze occasionally, and maybe it's that dust. It's like when you need to change your AC filter, right? As far as the forecast goes, this will be with us through about Monday before it kicks out of here. And quite literally, as well as figuratively, on top of that dust is going to be a huge upper level area of high pressure. Why does that matter? Well, it keeps things drier because it forces air to sink. And so by forcing air to sink, the air compresses. And so now you've got warming coming from two sources, one being the Saharan dust. Also, the Saharan dust tends to create sunnier skies, or at least less rain, which keeps us hot. But also there's this dynamic sinking of the air called subsidence. And so the duo will work together to produce a situation where we're going to see high temperatures easily in the upper 90s. And the feels-like temperature, thanks to the low-level humidity, could easily exceed 108 to 110 degrees. So expect heat advisories to develop and be issued by the National Weather Service probably Thursday, Friday, Saturday, maybe into Sunday. So yes, it's going to be hot and dusty. And so those two forces combine to make for an extreme heat risk. Now, this is a relatively new index created by the National Weather Service that takes into account how many days that will have heat and intense heat at that. And because we're going to have at least 4 days of it, there's a really high chance that we're going to see conditions that are dangerous for folks that don't have access to air conditioning or work outside and they're not listening to their bodies. That especially will be Friday and Saturday. Keep that in mind too if you're going to the attractions. Imagine being from out of town, you're not used to the heat, and you're standing in a 3-hour line at one of the attractions. Now, the good news with all this dust is that there's no tropical activity on the way for at least the next 7 days. This dust spans the entire Atlantic from Casablanca all the way west to Miami. Now, this also happens to be the quietest hurricane season so far since June of 2014. So you've got to go back. You got to go back a little while, about 12 years, which is kind of incredible to think about that 2014 is 12 years ago. Okay, next 12 hours, we'll go from 89 at noon to 94 from 3 to 4 o'clock. Our rain chances will run at 60%, so they'll be likely today. And it'll come because we're going to have a southwest flow bumping up against the Atlantic sea breeze, probably close to I-95, which coincidentally will also be the high temperature in Bithlo, about 95 degrees. 95 in DeLand as well. 94 in Orlando. Our normal high is 92, so we're going to be a little bit above that. And by the time we get to the weekend, we're going to be about 5 degrees above that, which doesn't sound like much. 5 degrees above normal, big whoop. But in this context, that puts us from uncomfortably hot to dangerously hot. We're at that threshold. For today, the heat index is going to be like 104 to 109, which is bordering heat advisory criteria, at least on the coastline. And then as we get into the end of the week, this will easily be up to like 113 in some spots along the coast. Well, our thunderstorm threat will be greatest in the yellow. And the threats today will include torrential rain. We're talking about several inches of rain possible again in a lot of hard-hit areas already, as well as a lot of lightning. On my Facebook page, we've been talking about why the storms have been so electrical as of late. And it's all about the updraft speed and the dynamics inside of these thunderstorm clouds. Storms which this morning and around midday are now pushing toward I-75, and storms which future clouds and radar using our exclusive Fox weather model will bring into the Villages, Palm Coast, and northern sections of Volusia County by 5 p.m. Now, the timing and the coverage is a little uncertain on this, but it looks like we have a pretty decent chance, probably not as good as yesterday, but a pretty decent chance of some punchy thunderstorms. A few severe thunderstorm warnings will likely be issued. That's my personal forecast, that they will likely be issued. Of course, I don't issue the severe thunderstorm warnings. That's from the National Weather Service. They'll analyze the radar and determine if it's reached that point, if it's going to produce damaging wind gusts. But based on the outlook, I could see a few storms, especially Flagler County, producing winds over 50 or 60 miles per hour, prompting those warnings, and some small hail. Storm threat will end after 7 p.m. and then things will quiet down for the evening. Let's talk 7-day forecast. This is where it becomes pretty evident. Notice the dust icon on the 7-day forecast from Thursday into the day Sunday. Hot weather. Very hot, obviously. I only put the icon twice in there. I was going to put it multiple times, but I figured that might be a little overkill. I mean, it's hot today, arguably. I mean, what's 3 degrees, but from 94 to 97. But here we are. 60% chance of rain today, 20% chance Thursday through Friday, and then we'll see the rain chances creeping up as the dust goes away. But if we get any storms that pop up during this dust, they could be strong, because dust has kind of a funny way of creating windy thunderstorms. There's a dynamic that it can translate down. So, but it's a low chance. But isn't it wild that weather from North Africa, from the Sahara Desert, can blow across the Atlantic in a span of 2 weeks and influence our weather so drastically?
I know, it's crazy the impacts it has, from the hurricane season to the sunsets to the the strengthening the storms here. It really is crazy to think about.
Even to your sinuses.
Yeah. We're definitely feeling that. Yeah,
that's right.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
Appreciate it, Garrett. Thank you.
And before we go to break, let me give you a live look right now back in New York City, where we're expecting a briefing in about 10 minutes or so. 11:30 is what we were hearing. An FDNY spokesperson said they should be holding a briefing to give an update on what we know about this construction site in Midtown that has been evacuated after there were falling bricks from the building, and belief that 2 columns have buckled on the 21st and 22nd floors of that building. So we're going to keep an eye on this scene. And again, we'll get you to that briefing coming up in about 10 minutes or so. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Want to let you know we are still standing by for that briefing expected in about 10 minutes or so with the Fire Department of New York, giving an update about that construction site that's been evacuated after some steel beams buckled, potentially collapsed. And so we're working to learn some more details about what happened and what happens now. We know that site has been evacuated, but what happens to make sure that building is stable? There's still a lot of questions about that. We'll get you to that briefing coming up in just a little bit. But let's talk Florida politics on this Tuesday. We're in the middle of a very interesting governor's race, a high stakes and high profile governor's race here in Florida. And we are just over a month away now from the primary. And we're starting to get a look at what the lieutenant governor pick might be, what it might look like, who it might be, for Byron Donalds, who is the Republican frontrunner in this race. He's been endorsed by President Trump, but who might be on the ticket with him this fall? I had the chance to speak with Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard about that, and she has some names of who might be on the short list, and it includes one member of Congress from right here in our area. Kimberly, some interesting names that you've reported being on the short list when it comes to Byron Donalds and his running mate pick.
Yeah, listen, it's getting closer to primary day, and technically whoever wins the nomination for governor on the Republican side will have 9 days after the primary to pick a running mate. However, there are already some names being floated, and I wrote about them for this morning's Florida Playbook. One of them is Meg Weinberger, who's known as MAGA Meg inside Republican circles, and she's actually kind of a political newcomer, but she comes from Palm Beach, so that's an area of the state that any Republican will need to do well in. You know, Governor DeSantis actually won that part of the state, but then Trump didn't, even though, you know, that's where he lives. So she's been one of the names floated. Representative Kat Cammack is the only member of the House whose name had come up in my conversations with lobbyists and political insiders. And she and Representative Donalds are really, really close. So that would be an interesting pick. And she also has a ton of media savvy, and she has a really commanding presence on stage. I mean, every time I see her speak, people in the crowd are like, whoa, she's dynamic, she's exciting. And so together they would really make this kind of, you know, charismatic duo, which would be really interesting. Other than that, Ana Maria Rodriguez is also on the list. She's a state senator down here in Miami-Dade and Monroe counties. Cuban American, obviously would bring the bilingual aspect to the ticket, and winning Miami is super important for anyone who runs statewide. So those are just a few of the names that I really wanted to highlight.
It's always an interesting, you know, kind of thing to consider, you know, what factors they might be looking for. There are just so many different things to consider when you're looking for a pick like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you look at Gwen Graham, who David Jolly, the frontrunner for governor on the Democratic side, picked, that was not about, you know, calculated factors like, okay, regionally who's helpful, or who's helpful in terms of being more progressive than I am, you know, kind of balancing out the ticket. That was more of a kindred spirit pick, I've been calling it. They are so close. And actually, it was David Jolley's wife who got on the phone and said, please, Gwen, please do this. They told me. So I just thought it was really interesting that he is picking it based on, personal chemistry and closeness, and really kind of presenting it as a, joint ticket almost, like a governing partner. And so it'll be interesting to see how Representative Donalds decides on his side of things.
Talking about David Jolley, you had a really interesting piece talking about his campaign, kind of what it has looked like here in Florida and how it's different from many of the Democratic campaigns that we are seeing this summer.
Yeah, listen, what's interesting is Florida's primary is so much later than other states, right? And so one of the things that has kind of swept the U.S. is this really not just progressive, but also insurgent kind of fighter posture coming out of the Democratic Party, where you've seen in other states like Michigan, like Maine, like New York, where longtime incumbents or Democratic establishment favorites have not done as well because of this, I think, hunger within the Democratic Party by Democratic voters themselves, who want someone to kind of go toe-to-toe with Trump, who have this fighter mentality, who are willing to be aggressive, who are willing to call things out. And so when you look at David Jolley in Florida, that's obviously not how he's presenting himself. And he and I had a really candid conversation about it. And I said, look, this is not what's happening in other states. Why do you think you'll do well? And, he obviously made the point that Florida is very different, but I think another thing is that this is who he authentically is kind of this nice guy. And, it's not a shtick. And he and Gwen Graham are both that way. They really want to, believe in the best and things like that. And so they're leaning into that, and they're doing it unapologetically. Now, is it enough to motivate the base in Florida, people who are very concerned about some of the things that the Trump administration is doing in terms of, not expanding subsidies for Obamacare and causing people to lose healthcare access, having bigger limits around food assistance? They say that's the kind of thing you should be outraged and not nice about. And so there's that tension there. And I guess we'll see in November if his theory of the case pans out or not.
Now, sticking with the governor's race, we saw 3 Republican candidates on a debate stage last week. Any takeaways from that? What stood out to you about that kind of in the greater context of this race?
Oh my goodness. I thought it was such an interesting debate, and I love a debate, so of course I would say that. But one of the things that they did was they actually held a Price is Right competition between the 3 candidates, and Byron Donalds did not debate. So it was James Fishback, it was Paul Renner, and Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins all on stage debating together. And Collins won that part of the debate, but I thought doing that was such an interesting approach because it really shows, right, the average American is watching, okay, how much is gas from week to week? How much am I paying for eggs this week? How much am I paying for a pound of beef? So they asked all of those questions, and you kind of think about, okay, how much are politicians tracking those very real world impacts, right, of price changes? And so I just thought it was really, really clever. They also had a section of the debate where they allowed each other to ask each other questions. And I would say watching it, it was clear when you see them side to side with the contrast was that former House Speaker Paul Renner was the one who had the most detailed policy proposals, and he's always been really detailed. He does a lot of media interviews. He talks about all his plans really openly, but being able to do so on stage, does provide that kind of contrast, and it's sort of why the candidates want debates, right? So that they can present it in that kind of a forum to be able to show, okay, here's how I'm different from my opponents.
And finally here, before we let you go, we got a look recently at some of the financial disclosures for Governor Ron DeSantis, the other members of the cabinet. Did anything stand out to you from those?
Yes, and I love a financial disclosure. I've always done a lot of reporting on them. People love to read about what people are making. Look, Governor DeSantis is probably one of, for the caliber of politician that he is, he's probably one of the lowest net worth people that are out there. So he is worth $2 million now, which might seem high until you start looking at, housing prices in Florida. But the reason he even is worth that much, and it's actually slightly less than last year, is because he wrote that book, The Courage to Be Free. 2003 when he was running for president. So you could say, okay, he lost the presidential nomination, but he did come out with more money afterwards, so it wasn't all bad for him. But looking at his financial disclosure from this year, there was about $27,000 that he earned from his X account. And I think it's from, or my understanding is it's from monetizing his X account, which you can do. So that's kind of a nice little extra bonus, I guess, that you can have to make some money. The governor makes $141,000 a year. That's a lot lower than some of the, it's similar to the cabinet jobs, but it's a lot lower than people who work in his administration at a high level who are probably making like double than that. So just always interesting to see how the different members are doing. And then on the cabinet level, I did see stock holdings by James Uthmeyer and CFO Blaise Ngolia. And so that's something I always look at as well, because obviously Florida is a very big state. The state has, policies that affect businesses in very big ways. And so stock trading and financial disclosures is something that's an ongoing area of reporting for me.
And so last thing here, what's next in Florida politics? What should we be watching for, Kimberly?
Well, I think now after the Sunshine State showdown, it's really looking at how the Democrats then are starting to align and get together. So there's an LGBTQ plus caucus meeting in Orlando this weekend. And then the following weekend is Democrats Leadership Blue. So I think just watching some of those dynamics, are they united behind David Jolly? Are they looking elsewhere? How are they feeling about the different House races now that the state has new lines? All those are areas that I'm going to be closely following at these events.
All right, Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with Put Apollo 11 on proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in New York City. That briefing that was originally scheduled for around 11:30, now expected to be a little bit closer to 11:45. We are still monitoring this situation. This 38-story building, you see it right there, under construction. It was an office building that is in the process of being converted to a residential building, apartments, things like that. So that construction site has been evacuated. And we are waiting for some more information about what's happening there. The 21st, 22nd floors where those columns are believed to have buckled. And so we will find out more from the fire department. I believe the mayor is expected at this news conference as well. So we will take you live to that briefing as soon as it begins, likely, again, expected in the next 10 minutes or so. Let's go ahead and get you live right now to Provo, Utah, where this is day 2 now of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who is accused of shooting and killing Charlie Kirk back in September. This is still the second witness who is on the stand for a second day now. Another officer who was at the scene. Let's go ahead and listen in. We know Tyler Robinson back in court sitting at the defendant's table today and hearing more of the evidence that prosecutors are laying out today in their case against Tyler Robinson, the 23-year-old who is charged with aggravated murder. Let's go ahead and listen in.
In reference, I believe, to what's marked State's Exhibit 21, that you believe Mr. Robinson visited campus at least 4 times on the 10th and the 11th.
Correct.
And I think you reaffirmed that today. Did you do the same attempt, that is, to track Mr. Robinson through UVU surveillance video during each of those 4 visits?
Yes.
Or those other 3 visits, I guess.
Yes, on each occasion we attempted to follow the movements of the individual throughout campus.
And did you in fact see Mr. Robinson on campus in surveillance video that is not included in State's Exhibit 12.4?
Yes, there is additional footage of him on campus, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have displayed on your monitor what you're going to see is a paused or a still image. And I'm going to ask if you recognize what you see that now, Agent Hall?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what's displayed on your monitor?
Yes, it's footage from the university that was provided to us, particularly of the parking structure.
Okay. Does it appear to be State's Exhibit 12.4?
It does, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have this video run. And then if you don't mind, as it's running, I'm probably going to be asking you some questions. And so this video has no audio, is that right?
No, there's no audio on the cameras.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start the video.
Your Honor, it's just not up on the screen yet.
Oh.
Let's go ahead and put it on all screens. No, I appreciate it. Is so it is admitted and may be published to the screens. And just want to make sure it's on your screen, Agent. All right. All right, Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe that this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
All right, and where does he go from there?
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus. And actually goes to the quad area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
By quad area?
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I previously referred it to.
All right. So he goes up on campus, visits the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad.
Correct.
And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
And what time is he returning back to the vehicle?
It's about 9:25 a.m.
And where is this parking structure located on campus?
It's just off of Campus Drive. It's a short walk from the amphitheater.
What do we see now?
That's the vehicle exiting with Mr. Robinson driving the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson returning to the campus on foot from the neighborhood to the northeast. You can see he's wearing the same clothing as in the previous video. And he's carrying a blue backpack.
Describe the clothing.
It's a maroon colored t-shirt with gray or olive colored shorts and then Converse shoes.
And what time did he return to campus?
Just after 10 a.m.
And does he leave the parking structure eventually?
He does, yes.
Okay. And during this visit, do you know where he goes after he leaves the parking structure?
Yes, we were able to track his movements on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen building, purchased some food, sat and ate the food. Then, I'm sorry.
Where did he purchase the food from?
Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen Center.
And where is that in relation to the amphitheater or the courtyard?
It's kind of on the northeast side of the amphitheater. It would be on the upper back edge of the amphitheater, furthest away from where the tent was that Mr. Kirk was in.
And from there, where does he go?
From there, he moves across campus, out across Campus Drive into a wooded area on what would be kind of the northeast side of Campus Drive. Then returns back onto campus. We noticed at this point that he's no longer carrying the backpack that he was originally wearing. He moves through the Gunther building and the computer science building. And then, I'm sorry?
And then goes where?
Then goes across to the railing that gives access to the roof of the Losi building.
And from there?
From there, he comes back down the stairs and walks off campus from that point.
And about what time was that he left campus that second time? Do you know?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m. or just after, if I recall. I could verify from my notes if you need an exact time.
Yeah, if you don't mind. That'll help you remember, refer to it. Don't read it out loud. Just let me know when you've had a chance to look at that, would you? Were you able to refresh your memory as far as the time?
I was, yes.
Okay. And what time was it?
It was just prior to 11 a.m. when he walked off campus.
Okay. And before we go any further, the parking structure that he left initially, where is that parking structure in relation to the LDS Institute building?
I'm sorry, in relation to?
The LDS Institute building on campus?
I think it would be just to the north of the LDS Institute building, if I recall.
Do you recall whether it was adjacent to the LDS Institute?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. What do we see displayed here now? Go ahead.
This is a video of Mr. Robinson returning back to campus the same way that he did previously on foot.
And this takes just a moment. And why, well, let me ask you this. You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And why do you believe it's Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
He's noticeably wearing different clothing.
He is wearing different clothing, and he also is walking with a gait or a limp in this video.
With a gait or what?
A limp.
Okay. Now what do we see?
This is Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
And again, were you able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay. So when he leaves the parking structure, where does he go?
He comes up around Campus Drive. As you can see on the video here, there is a cut through there north of the Losi building, and that's Mr. Robinson coming up the sidewalk. He has the noticeable gait or limp in his walk. And then he moves south across the front of the Losi building.
On the sidewalk?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
He would be the rear of the two individuals in this particular video.
All right. So right now, if we were to break this picture into quadrants, where would he be?
He'd be in the top left quadrant, walking to the left of the image.
Now what do we see?
This is an image looking across the parking lot to the Losi building, and Mr. Robinson is appearing on the exterior staircase, which gives access to the Losi building roof and the area where the railing was.
And again, let's break that image into quadrants. Where would he be located if you broke it into quadrants?
It's in the top right, and the individual can be seen moving under the notations that are on the video.
Okay. And what time is this?
It's just afternoon, about 12:15.
On what day?
On September 10th, 2025.
Okay. What just happened, or what did we just see happen?
The individual actually kind of rolls over the railing onto the roof of the Losi building.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
And this is at what time?
Around 12:23. I think the timestamp on the video is 12:22.
On the 10th.
On September 10th, yes,
So
2025.
we're clear, this is the roof of the Losi building.
Correct.
Can you still see that individual?
Yes, you can, laying prone.
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I'm sorry?
You believe this to be Mr. Robinson?
I do, yes.
And how long is he out there on the edge of the building?
Just until the reported shot was fired at 12:23 and 28. The individual then stands up and then moves across the building to the north.
Is that what we're seeing happening right now?
It is, yes. And they move behind the atrium area on the rooftop to the northeast corner where the white triangle is.
Do you see Mr. Robinson now?
I do, yes. He's just arriving at the corner of the building, almost the top center of the image.
What are we seeing now?
And Mr. Robinson lowering and jumping off of the roof of the Losi building onto the grass area, and then moving away towards Campus Drive. And he appears to be carrying some kind of an object in his hand at this time.
So he's approaching,
Campus Drive.
and again, broken into quadrants. Where is he currently?
Be in the top right quadrant.
And the time?
It's 12:24 and 42 on the timestamp.
What do we see now?
He then crosses Campus Drive and drops down into the wooded area on the far side of Campus Drive.
And that is located in what part of the video? What quadrant?
It would have been just off center on the top left side.
Okay. What do we see now?
This is the intersection of Campus Drive and 800 South. There's a vehicle attempting to turn right onto Campus Drive. That's the vehicle that's driven by Mr. Robinson.
Okay. And on the screen, where is that vehicle that you're referring to located, if you broke it into quadrants?
It's on the left side, on the upper side, the upper quadrant.
Now what do we see?
And that vehicle's now pulling away and heading east on 800 South.
And why do you believe that that vehicle is Mr. Robinson's vehicle?
When that vehicle was stopped, it actually made contact with an officer who was doing security detail.
Okay. And do you know who that officer is?
Officer Goforth.
Okay. And do you know which department he works for?
Spanish Fork Police.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Goforth regarding this interaction at that intersection?
I did, yes.
Okay. And what time was that interaction? I'm sorry, did I ask you that?
It was approximately 12:30 a.m.
Okay. On the 11th?
On September 11th, 2025.
So you talked to Officer Goforth about that contact on the corner on that, during the early morning hours of the 11th?
Correct.
And what did Officer Goforth tell you about that interaction?
It was an interaction that, I guess cop intuition, but there was something about the interaction that made him make a note of the license plate of the vehicle. And then subsequently, when information was available that vehicle or a vehicle matching the description of that was involved in the incident, he ran the information that he had obtained from the stop and was able to identify that it was registered to Mr. Robinson, and he had in fact had contact with Mr. Robinson on the morning of September 11th, 2025.
The information that he ran, do you know what information when you say that, he ran information?
Yes, he ran a partial plate.
Okay. A license plate?
Correct.
And based on that partial license plate, he was able to identify the owner of that vehicle?
Yes.
And did he tell you who the owner of that vehicle was?
He did, yes.
Okay, and who did he tell you that it belonged to?
Said there were two registered owners of the vehicle, Tyler Robinson and an Amber Robinson.
Did he say anything about the person that he actually interacted with?
Yes, it was a male that he believed to be Tyler Robinson.
Okay.
We have seen some surveillance video as this agent testifies in the Charlie Kirk murder hearing, this preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson. We are expecting this FDNY briefing to begin shortly. The reporters and others who were staged outside that building had to move south a little farther away from that building out of an abundance of caution. So we're waiting for an update on where things stand with that construction site, the evacuation, the buckling of some beams on the 21st and 22nd floors. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now, not Provo, Utah, but New York City, where we are waiting for a briefing from the fire department. The mayor is expected to be there as well. You can see some of the barricades that are up. There are street closures around that 38-story building in Midtown where the construction site has been evacuated, and there are structural concerns about that building after a couple of beams, steel beams, were found buckled on the 21st and 22nd stories of that 38-story building. We're awaiting an update, again, from officials in New York about that situation. There were some bricks that had fallen on the outside. That was kind of the original calls, my understanding. Let me show you some of the video that we do have from Fox 5 New York showing what that situation looks like on the inside. You can see the collapse, the buckled beams there, and what it is doing inside that building. Obviously a concerning site to see. Again, this is a construction site. That site has been evacuated. They are in the process of converting what was an office building into a residential building. And so that's the work that's being done there. As you can see, obviously a work in progress, a lot of construction that is being done there. This is an active and permitted construction site, according to the reporting that we've seen from Fox 5 New York. And so this has been something that has been in progress and going on, but obviously those structural beams having some sort of issue that is really causing a major problem there today and has led to a facade problem and obviously structural concerns about the stability of that building moving forward. And so that site has been evacuated. We're waiting for some more details about what might happen next. We also mentioned the street closures around the building, just kind of highlighting and emphasizing some of the additional concerns that officials have right now. So what is the plan moving forward? We hope to find out about that shortly. We are watching this developing story closely, and we'll bring you that update as soon as it begins any minute now here on Fox Local. But I want to get you back to Provo. We're not going to listen into this hearing all day, but it is interesting right now to hear some of the testimony from this agent who has been talking about what they believe to be the movements of Tyler Robinson before and after the shooting of Charlie Kirk. He is charged with aggravated murder in that, and we just saw some surveillance video that shows who agents believe to be Tyler Robinson moving around the Utah Valley University campus in the hours before and in the moments after that shooting. So let's go ahead and listen back in as he continues to testify about tracking the movements of the suspect the day of that shooting back in September.
I do have a question, and just directing your attention to the Utah Rule of Evidence 403, to the last phrase, the last 4 words in that. Do you wish to address that?
Judge, I'm going to have to look at 403 specifically for those last 4 words.
I can
you want to share that.
I can read that. Or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. So the court may, let me just read the whole rule for completeness. The court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by a danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issue, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, or needlessly presenting cumulative evidence. I'm not looking at anything else other than that last portion. I recognize there is no jury. I am the magistrate. I am the fact finder, but just addressing that last point of Rule 403.
Right. Judge, well, I don't believe that the evidence is cumulative. I think that each of the 2 videos, although they portray basically the same footage, there's characteristics of the one that has been enhanced that I think makes it easier for Your Honor to truly see what's going on, and for the public to see what's going on. I mean, we've displayed 12.4 on the video, And unless you have very, very, very good vision or you've zoomed in on that monitor, you really can't see what Agent Hull has just described. The character of 12.1 is it simply, it enhances that at least important parts of that exhibit, and it just makes it easier to see, not only by Your Honor, but also by the public. And specifically as it relates to the zooming in and the zooming out.
Okay. Anything further from the parties as it relates to 12.1? All right, well, I will admit 12.1 into evidence, but as it relates to playing it in the courtroom or on the television, well, for the media, I find that it is, well, as the fact finder, I will look at the evidence and weigh it as a magistrate is required to do, but I do not find it is I don't find it's necessary to replay this video, given the representation that's the exact same video, the difference being enhancements made. If it was different in any way, or if it added to or subtracted from, that would be one factor. But because it's simply the same video, simply zooming in with circles or notations, the court does not find that the interest of justice requires it being played again. But it is received into evidence and will be reviewed by myself in determining a probable cause determination.
And I appreciate that, Judge. And just so we're clear, State's Exhibit 12.1 has been admitted.
It is received into evidence, yes.
And your intent is to review it in its entirety, but not here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can I make one suggestion, Judge, or maybe one run request? I believe the most important part of the most helpful part of this video is the zooming in and the zooming out. And that is a portion that, if you want, we could isolate that and only play that portion of the video if you'd be willing to publish that portion of the video. And that's really the thrust of why we are trying to introduce that exhibit, because we believe that it's helpful to see it up close. And unfortunately, because of the way it's formatted and the way it's been recorded, there's no way any of us can zoom in and zoom out on this video to get a better look at what's going on. And that's the reason why we did what we did, but we had to memorialize it and save it, and then present it in that way rather than just present it in its raw form and then have the ability to zoom in and out, if that helps Your Honor understand why we're doing what we're doing.
All right, Ms. Nestor, to the second request of not playing the whole video in its entirety, but simply the portion with the zooming in, how long is that, Mr. Sturgill?
I think it's a couple of minutes.
All right, Ms. Nestor.
We object to the prejudice of that, Your Honor, and ask the court to stand by your previous ruling on that.
All right, thank you, I appreciate both parties. What I will do is review this video in court, and it will be displayed to the monitor's counsel table and to the court's monitor on any portion that you wish to play for me to look at, so all parties can see clearly that the court is reviewing it in court. But I do not find that it is necessary for its publication, because this is the exact same video. I recognize it's zooming, but in balancing constitutional rights, there is nothing on this video from what's been represented that the public hasn't already seen. It's simply zooming in, and I don't find that that is necessary or and so in balancing the constitutional rights of all parties,
The judge there discussing whether or not they are going to allow some other video that has been altered by zooming in, highlighting some things, circling some movement and that kind of thing. The judge about to discuss that as we hear more of the pushback from the defense. The defense has taken issue with a lot of the evidence, and the access to it, what is seen from it, concerned about what it might mean for their client in a potential future trial. It is afternoon now here, and I want to just kind of reset for you, let you know a couple of the things that we are tracking at this hour here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook, because we're getting ready for several things here in the next little bit, including locally. And so I just want to make sure you kind of know what we're watching. Obviously, we're continuing to monitor that preliminary hearing in Provo, Utah, for Tyler Robinson. Okay. And we are also tracking Senator Ashley Moody, who is speaking at Kennedy Space Center right now, just began speaking a moment ago, talking about her Space Ready Act, Space Ready 2.0 Act, where she is talking about modernizing infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and making sure that the Space Coast remains the center of America's space industry. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Capacity that is skyrocketing, no pun intended. I believe just not a few years ago, we were launching in the teens every year. And we just hit over 100 launches in 2025. It was the highest number of launches we have had in the history of the Cape. And just since the late teens, I think, we've increased our launches by over 500%. So you cannot increase capacity of launches at that fast a rate without going back and examining how we're going to maintain this on old infrastructure. And so as a new senator who was just appointed last year by Governor DeSantis, who has been very focused on making sure that Florida maintains our position in the great space race, making sure that we are the gem, the asset of America's space program, I made it my mission to make sure that we were doing everything we could to support Florida's Space Coast, Florida's space economy, and the public-private partnerships that have really accelerated the number of launches and the innovation in space exploration. And so we just celebrated when we saw our return to our moon mission, and we're just celebrating this year in our nation's 250th anniversary. And so we don't want to lose sight of what our ultimate goal is. We don't want to take our foot off the accelerator. We want to stay focused and moving forward to making sure we're getting things done for Florida Space Coast. So I'm here today and excited to be here today to announce legislation, new legislation that I am filing to propel our nation's space program to new heights through our Space Ready 2.0 Act. This is vital importance to both our national security and economic success in the United States. We want to make sure not only that Florida remains a leader on our Florida Space Coast and our 6 spaceports, but that the United States remains a leader in space innovation and that we do not lose that lead among our foreign adversaries. Florida will continue to play an integral role. We have the Canaveral Space Force Station, Kennedy Space Center, Space Florida launch complexes, all that we need to be paying attention to and making sure that we're supporting. NASA supports more than 35,000 jobs in our state with more than $8 billion in economic output. We know that space launches on the Space Coast not only have they been increasing, they're requiring new types of equipment, new types of approaches, new partnerships in order to launch so many in a condensed period of time. We believe that the Space Coast will be supporting upwards of 500 launches per year within the next 10 years. So think about how quickly that is escalating just from a few years ago. And so we've got to be focusing on this infrastructure. We know that there are funding challenges right now as a whole in any area in our nation. We are looking at how we are going to be funding particular agencies and being responsible stewards to our taxpayers. Very concerning is that the NASA Office of Inspector General just released a report last month that talked about the overall state of NASA's launch infrastructure. And they mentioned that the Kennedy Space Center is utilizing that infrastructure from the 60s. And just to put that in perspective, that goes back to the Apollo program. That's the infrastructure that all of these new launches are using to trying to keep pace with the new capacity demands. It is estimated, according to that report, that NASA is going to need upwards of $1 billion of upgrades to keep pace with the Artemis launches. So Florida can't afford to fall behind. So I'm introducing the Space Ready Act to keep pace with that infrastructure demand and the rapid growth of the commercial space industry. This will give NASA a pilot program that allows the agency to accept and work with private contributions from our commercial partners and projects at NASA. It does not, and this is very important to me to make sure everyone understands, in no way does this bill mean that there is new spending programs or a new treasury fund, or it doesn't authorize new federal spending. This is a legal mechanism to facilitate voluntary contributions into our aging infrastructure. It is important to me as someone that takes very seriously our use of taxpayer dollars, that we are thinking outside the box and making sure we are using innovative programs to fund some of this demand. So this will build upon NASA's existing authority. It allows private sector partners to voluntarily invest in infrastructure improvements that will directly support the missions that they and the United States rely on in this new space race. Government should never stand in the way of innovation, and this bill will go a long way to making sure we are clearing out any bureaucratic hurdles to foster more innovation and success in the space race. If private industry and partners are willing to contribute, we shouldn't let our laws stand in the way of that. Again, our facilities are more than 60 years old, and having this private investment will be the best way to support the increase in launches that is demanded by our new space race. So I am proud to introduce the Space Ready Act today. I have seen firsthand over my career that public and private partnerships can really propel projects to success. And we need to get out of the way and make sure that we are doing everything we can to support this gem in Florida, which is our Florida Space Coast. So I'm committed to ensuring the Sunshine State remains the launch pad for American leadership in space. I am so proud to be joined today by some of our partners in this effort, and I will allow them at this time to come up and share their thoughts on the Space Ready Act.
Well, thank you, Senator Moody, not only for just coming down again today, but really your leadership and commitment. If you look at what she's done in just a very short period of time in terms of the amount of impact that I think has been made, I think you're not going to find anything comparable. So thank you very much to that. I also want to thank KSC Senator Director Brian Hughes for hosting today. It's been a great new partnership with him and the entire team, and we're able to drive things forward together. It's that willingness to rethink new ways of doing business, and more importantly,
We may be having some issues with our
conviction
there.
to
like
confront these challenges that the senator highlighted moving forward. So thanks, Brian, to being a true partner there. You know, the most powerful truth about the spaceport is that nothing here was ever built by one hand. Government laid the foundation. Private industry brought the recent ambition, and it's a partnership that put 109 launches on the board. It's a model Florida figured out a long time ago, bringing the right people together at the same table, aligning public purpose with private capital, and then moving with urgency. Florida has invested more than $500 million into space transportation infrastructure, and the majority of that has come right here at Kennedy Space Center. The Space Ready Act 2.0 will help that number grow, and keep Florida and America first in the space economy. The challenge in front of us isn't anything we haven't accomplished or tackled before. But this spaceport was not built to support Starship and New Glenn and other super heavy launch vehicles that now define the manifest. We're building new launch support infrastructure from the ground up in many cases. Our roads and bridges, launch complexes, and manufacturing, processing, and assembly buildings all require smart, modern tools that leverage capital and investment to support industry that delivers and brings immense economic value to our local area and to the state at large. From our phones and breakthrough research to financial markets, space technologies power our lives and bring immense economic value for everyone across the state. And then I will tell you, Senator Moody doesn't just talk about how important the space industry is, she delivers for it. Last year, she has delivered on the Secure U.S. Leadership in Space Act, which became law and made spaceport bonds tax exempt for the very, very first time ever, finally putting on spaceports on equal footing with airports and seaports and unlocking private capital. That law de-risks industry's investment and brings more private capital to the table. And the Space Ready Act will do the same and put it to work. So we're very grateful for that. And I've told her many times, just in literally the days and hours after the Secure and Emerging Leadership in the Space Act passed, we were getting phone calls on how best to take advantage of that. And I would expect the same here. Because this is the same approach that built modern America. For decades, airports and seaports have taken advantage of these types of tools, and we look forward to doing that again. Spaceports are just simply the newest mode of transportation, and they deserve innovative tools like the Spaceport Tax Exempt Bonds and like the Space Ready Act. The logic you said, Senator, set in motion with the bond law carries forward to this one, and we want to treat our launch infrastructure like the national transportation assets that they are and make sure we have pathways to build. I think this bill is built on the same truth that built the spaceport. Create a framework for state, local, and private sector to build together and row in the same direction. Florida built the model for a thriving commercial space industry unlike anywhere else in the world. And with leaders like you, Senator Moody, fighting for it, we know we're going to keep the lead. So thank you very much and appreciate the opportunity to say a few words today.
If I could get this one. Hey everyone, my name is Edgar Campa Palafox, and I have the honor and the pleasure of representing the Economic Development Commission of Florida Space Coast, a local private-public partnership that represents the region. On behalf of our organization, our board of directors, and the many community partners, stakeholders that we represent, I want to thank Senator Moody not only for her space leadership in general, but obviously for introducing this act. As you know, has been always been the place where America's boldest visions actually take place. For more than 6 decades, our region has seen programs that are iconic to and crucial for the ambitions of this country, like Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, Space Shuttle. And now, fast forward to this time where we have lunar exploration with Artemis, the commercial space and the new space economy. But the next era of space leadership requires world-class infrastructure to support this innovation is taking place here in the Space Coast and the rest of the state. Today, Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral represents the busiest launch complex in the world, as Senator mentioned. And that demand continues to grow. And at an unprecedented pace, as commercial providers, NASA and Department of War expand their missions and chooses Florida Space Coast to manufacture things and send them to orbit or beyond. The reality is that much of this infrastructure supporting these operations was built decades ago, as Senator Moody pointed out. And the Space Ready Act recognizes that challenge by creating new opportunities for public and private investment in critical infrastructure. This legislation obviously will ensure that Kennedy Space Center and the Cape can continue supporting American leadership in space while preparing for the next generation of innovation. Let me tell you, just from the economic development perspective, infrastructure creates capacity, and capacity attracts investment. And investment fuels innovation, but most important, innovation creates jobs. And obviously, here in the Space Coast, we are seeing the result of those investments with high-wage jobs that are expanding far beyond the launch pad, from supporting aerospace, technology companies, logistic providers, universities, entrepreneurs, and thousands of workers that are employed with great jobs that are helping design, build, integrate, and launch and refurbish those spacecraft and rockets that are taking off from Florida Space Coast. The Space Ready Act strengthens America's space industrial base, and it reinforces the Space Coast as a premier destination for companies looking to innovate, manufacture, and launch. At the ADC, as we mentioned, our mission is to help businesses establish and expand their presence here in the region, creating high-wage jobs for our citizens. And Senator Moody, you're not only helping that mission that we have, but enhancing national security and the leadership of space of the U.S. So thank you once again for your leadership and your commitment to ensure that tomorrow continues to launch from the Florida Space Coast. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for helping us make this announcement.
As this news conference continues, I'm going to switch over to our other feed here in case she begins taking questions. Senator Ashley Moody still speaking live right now at Kennedy Space Center.
Of the most productive freshman senators last year. Probably so much of my focus being on propelling our Space Coast had a lot to do with that and getting that passed. But I have not let up, and we won't let up, because we cannot fail in our support of not just this state, but our nation's new space race. It is important not only to the economic strength and prosperity of the state of Florida, but to the success of the United States of America moving forward. So I'd be happy to take any questions you might have at this time. Yes, ma'am. Great question. Great question. So this is already done with some agencies. So we have a blueprint by which to imagine this new public-private partnership in the infrastructure. So the DoD has something similar where they are able to say, we're trying to accomplish this mission. How might private partners be willing to help us get there? And they have the legal mechanisms in place to make that a reality. This will allow for the NASA and the Kennedy Space Center to do the same. We haven't had that in place yet. Our infrastructure is now showing that. We can't take the weight of not having that in place anymore. And so we've been working on a draft of this. We've been working with not only NASA, but other stakeholders to make sure that we are doing this in a way that will ensure it can be successful and voluntary, right? And so moving forward, we think that this is the best path forward. We've made all the tweaks that are necessary to put this in the right place to be successful. But the reason why we're calling it a pilot is because this is the first time we've done that as it relates to NASA and the space program. But it makes complete sense. As you're seeing, the launches now are taking place in such a escalated rate that we have to approach this the way we do other things. You're already seeing that in terms of the way we're handling spaceports in relation to airports and seaports. And now we're trying to make the legal adjustments to match some of the agencies that already have this authority and mechanisms in place. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you for, oh, you have one more question, ma'am? Jump in there. Jump in there. And I'm going to have the CEO come up here in a moment of Space Florida and talk to you about that. But we are already examining where are our critical areas, how can this be helpful, from the bridge that you mentioned to weather systems to helium recapture. We have a priority list that are kind of critical in order to move the mission forward. I'm going to let the CEO of Space Florida come. But those issues that you mentioned are the exact reason we have put so much attention on this legislation, and I'm so committed to making sure we get it through.
Thank you, Senator. And I think the Senator just hit it really well. You know, when the infrastructure challenges across the complex are definitely challenging, and the bridge is one of those. It's very complex in terms of all the different stakeholders and requirements for that. So we're working. I think the great thing about that is everyone's coming together very aggressively to solve the problem, and the commitment's there to solve it, and then the tools on top of that, like the Space Ready Act, are going to be important to being able to apply all the different funds. You know, I mentioned that the state alone has invested $500 million in space transportation infrastructure. There's opportunities to do more of that, and these are the types of tools that can help us with that.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here.
Senator Ashley Moody wrapping up that news conference at Kennedy Space Center in Merritt Island. Now, speaking to some folks in the audience there, she did take some questions and talked about her Space Ready Act 2.0, an act that would allow and help with modernizing infrastructure at Kennedy Space Center and make sure that Florida's Space Coast is well positioned when it comes to the ongoing kind of new space race here in the country. We are still standing by for this briefing in New York City, where we're expecting an update on what's going on with that unstable building and some of the concerns there. You can see some of the damage from that building in this live picture right now. We expect that briefing any moment. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are also standing by to hear from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. We're also monitoring the Orange County Public Schools meeting where they're discussing e-bike regulations. So keep it right here on Fox Local, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is 12:30 right now. We're still standing by for a couple of things, and so I want to let you know what we are watching at this hour. We are monitoring the NATO summit in Turkey, where world leaders are meeting. We heard from President Trump earlier today. We expect him to be arriving here shortly as well for this lunch, I believe it is, that is happening. So we'll keep our eyes peeled. We'll monitor that. Let me also give you a live look right now in Volusia County, where we're expecting to hear from Sheriff Mike Chitwood here shortly, going to be giving an update on the off-duty sergeant who is arrested, now facing felony battery charges after an incident at Merck's Bar and Grill in New Smyrna Beach. This is a story that we have been tracking. I know Fox 35 was on it all morning on Good Day Orlando. You can see some of the surveillance video showing the confrontation and the incident. This is a Jason Stickles accused of attacking a couple in their 70s while intoxicated. Another person there taking that off-duty sergeant down into a headlock to prevent the situation from continuing to escalate. But again, this was at Merck's Bar and Grill in New Smyrna Beach. We're expecting the sheriff to speak and to give an update on this and his thoughts on the matter any minute now. We will get you to that news conference as soon as it begins. We are also waiting for an update from the Fire Department of New York, giving an update on this unstable building in Midtown Manhattan. You can see right now some things on the outside of that building just kind of flapping in the breeze there. There were reports of bricks falling from that building earlier today. What we have learned since then is that there are a couple of steel beams inside that building that have buckled. And now there are several floors inside that building that are sagging. And so this is a construction site. It's a 38-story building. Kind of hard to tell from this vantage point, this angle right now, but 38-story building. And so obviously bringing a lot of concerns. There are street closures around that area, and we're waiting for more information about what happens next. So city officials in New York supposed to be holding a briefing any minute now. It was originally expected around 11:30. It sounds like there were some meetings about this that went long, and so that delayed the start of this. Obviously, a lot of moving parts, I'm sure, with this as the camera tilts down there and you can see just some of the scale of that building. Again, 38 stories, and it's kind of in the middle of that 21st and 22nd floors where those beams are believed to have buckled. So we're waiting for an update on that. Let me also get you live right now to Orlando, where the Orange County Public Schools Board is discussing e-bike regulations and some rules about how to handle e-bikes on school campuses in Orange County. This would be some pretty significant restrictions on these. So let's go ahead and listen in. They've been discussing this. They heard a presentation on some of what the rules would entail, including not allowing them to be ridden. They would have to be walked on campuses, a number of other things in this. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now in Orange County.
School to make that determination based on their operational capabilities. So if we have two schools already that they do it, but other schools might not have the resources to do it, or maybe they don't have the many devices that other schools have. So the recommendation is something that it will be available to schools, and the policy itself does not require it. The policy states that the principal will have, they can implement some measures. This will be a tool that will be available to them. It will be standardized. So let's say if a school A wants to choose to do it, we will set up the system for them to be able to utilize it. You know, when looking even at the registration part of it, some of the complexity that we have to look at into the devices is that we will have to instruct or provide guidance how to recognize a device that might be exceeding the requirements that we'll be establishing. Also, it's not like a vehicle. Actually, the team was pointing that to me, that it will have a VIN number. So when you register a device, you will have to reference something that will have to tie it to, like, you know, like when you have a sticker to your car, you have, but those devices, not all of them have a manufacturer number. This is a very broad spectrum of how these devices are manufactured or provided or identify itself individually. So, but yeah, just to going back to what the superintendent stated, that's why it is not part of the policy. That is something that the schools will have to determine if they have the capability of doing, and the team will provide the system for them to be able to do it.
Right. Can I just expand on that? So the intent of the registration and permitting is that we want to put that onto the parent and the student, not on the school staff. So if they have a device that they want to use, they would have to register their vehicle. Eventually, we will have a video that they will have to watch as well, parent and student. We'll make it where they have to sign or at least identify that they watch the video. Once that registration is completed, they would be able to print off a certificate, and they would have that certificate that they could present to the school. And then
that's a conversation continuing right now in Orange County. Meanwhile, let's get you to New York City, where Mayor Zoran Mamdani is joined by the fire commissioner, the building commissioner, and other officials, and about to give us an update on the evacuation of that construction site and where things stand with that unstable building. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Good afternoon, everyone. Around 8 a.m. this morning, FDNY received reports of a structural issue at an active construction site on East 42nd Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenues. This is an existing 37-story building with active permits to convert it from a commercial office building to a residential building. First responders from FDNY, NYSEM, and the Department of Buildings responded to the call immediately and found structural issues on the 21st floor. 2 structural columns have buckled, in addition to multiple cracks and sagging floors. The building remains unstable. Since arriving on scene, we have witnessed additional movement in one of the compromised columns. First responders and structural engineers are working closely with the project engineer to develop plans to shore up the impacted floor. If the floor is deemed to be secure, engineers will enter and begin shoring up the building. As we await the arrivals of materials that will stabilize the building, DOB engineers have been investigating with FDNY drones. This is an extremely serious situation, and I am thankful to our first responders for quickly arriving at the site and to New Yorkers for reacting calmly and with urgency. I am grateful to report that there have been no injuries at this time and that every worker has been accounted for. The NYPD has instituted a frozen zone from 40th to 45th Streets between 1st and 3rd Avenues. These streets have been temporarily closed off to both pedestrian and vehicular traffic. The NYPD is also deploying additional officers to ensure that the area remains secure. I want to encourage New Yorkers to avoid the area until it has been deemed safe to re-enter. As we work to secure this building and ensure that New Yorkers are safe, I want to encourage New Yorkers to also continue to follow the instructions of those who are on the ground. Now, I want to thank the many government agencies who have worked closely with one another this morning to protect the people of the city. FDNY coordinated with NYSEM. NYPD officers are keeping traffic moving and helping to keep New Yorkers out of the frozen zones. DOB inspectors and engineers are managing an incredibly complex situation. On behalf of New York City, thank you. Now I will pass it over to our Fire Commissioner, Lillian Bonsignore.
Thank you. Good afternoon. At 7:57 this morning, the FDNY received a 911 call for 235 East 42nd Street. The report was for bricks falling from the upper floors. Our units arrived very quickly and did an assessment. At this moment, we have 150 fire and EMS personnel on scene, over 50 units. Upon arrival, there was an assessment done and the building was determined to be unstable. So we started evacuations of the building and the surrounding areas, establishing a collapse zone. I'm going to turn this over to Chief of Department John Esposito to talk a little bit more about the actual operations here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when we arrived on the scene to the reports of buildings bricks falling from the building. We conducted the assessment. We put our firefighters into the building to conduct the search. We were in touch with the construction crews. All workers were accounted for. There are no injuries. It's a very serious situation. The box beams, the steel beams, have started to bend and deflect from the weight. We evacuated the building and started evacuations of surrounding buildings, and the building has continued to move since we've been on the scene. We have a frozen zone and a collapse zone set up, and we are working with the buildings department and the building engineer to make sure that this is safe for our people and for all New Yorkers. I'm going to turn it over now to the Department of Buildings Commissioner.
Hello, everyone. Much of the initial information, the setting, has been already shared by the mayor and my colleagues. We have seen both the buckling and floor conditions that are impaired on the 21st floor. We both have construction safety inspectors and construction safety engineers on site evaluating from the street and vantage points set up across the street and to the west, so we can monitor movement of the building and the floors to understand what's happening on a continuous basis. Once we can determine that it's safe to enter the building, we will then, in concert with the contractors, ownership, and with consultation with FDNY, be able to deploy a plan to shore up that floor and then continue to investigate further for any other weak points that needs further help and shoring. After that point, we will be able to investigate further if there's anything else that we need to do scoping out from that area. The work of FDNY, and I want to thank OEM FDNY for the work they're doing to create the perimeter and the safety zone. We encourage everyone to please heed our ask not to come to the area, and right now the safety of the public is our top priority. Once we have more, we'll make sure to share that information with the public.
Okay, we have time for just a few questions, and please speak up. We're going to start with Andrew Stitt from NBC.
Yes.
And please speak up.
Chief Esposito talked about seeing that the building has continued to move. Can you clarify for us, does that mean that those top floors remain at risk of actual collapse? What do you mean by at risk of seeing continue to move? And is it a risk of actually collapsing to the street?
So we have specialized tools that we can watch the building from and see movement even in centimeters or fractions of an inch. And since we arrived on the scene and put that in place, we have seen continual movement. It does mean that it is not yet stable. It is still a very serious and dangerous situation.
And just, Mayor, to follow up on that, having heard the assessment from the chief, what worries you most about this situation?
I think this is a minute-by-minute assessment, and I'm thankful for the work of all of our city workers in doing exactly that from the morning through this moment and then through the rest of the day. And as you heard from our DOB commissioner, the number one focus here is the safety of New Yorkers. We're thankful that at this time there are no injuries. Every worker is accounted for, and now we are continuing to assess. As soon as this building is stable, it then opens up the possibilities for us to shore up the building. But until that point, we are still having to measure that. I know our DOB commissioner wanted to add a few details.
Yeah. As an example of how information changes over time, the initial report that came in was about bricks falling off the building. When arriving, we did not see evidence of that, so we're not seeing things come off. The compromise point, as you mentioned, is something that we're monitoring and looking at. The chief, especially FDNY's drone unit, have been integral to watching and seeing how that movement happens. And so right now you have both DOB staff, you have the contractors with beams that are tracking that. And what we are focused on and what we feel like the next step is making sure we can get into that 21st floor to add additional emergency trusses to spread that load and be able to move on with the investigation.
Thank you. We're going to go to Gloria Pasmino from CNN. Mayor and the commissioners, can you speak about the addition of floors as part of this project and whether that addition had anything to do with the buckling of the beams that was reported? And can we get some clarity on how many floors there actually are? Because I think there's some confusion because of that addition.
So I will just add a few words before passing it over to my deputy mayor for housing to share on that. When it comes to what this building is, as you said, this is a commercial office building that is being renovated into a residential building. And as part of the renovations is what we have seen here today. I'll pass it over.
We'll have the DOB.
Yeah, well, DOB Commissioner come on.
So if I understood the question, this is a building that was going through a office residential conversion. It went through plan review and has gone through an extensive, exhaustive review with DOB over the last 2 years. What is happening now is an investigation of what is the cause of why the undermining happened. And so once we have that information, we'll be able to share it. But as the mayor said, it's a conversion of an office building into a residential property. And with that comes certain code changes and structural requirements, all of which have gone through a plan review. And now we're examining what happened now, and we'll check it against the reviews, the plans were approved. Oh, sorry, that was the question.
Yeah, how many floors?
So the existing, it's 37 floors with an addition of 11 floors above a 22-floor element. So 22 floors on one piece, 37 on the taller part of the building, and they were adding 11 floors above the 22 floors.
And how many floors exist now?
So right now there are 37 floors, and they have topped out on the extension as well. So the extension's been built out, and they have topped out on that part as well.
All right, thank you. We're going to take two more. We're going to go to Aaron from ABC News. Go ahead.
Yes.
It appears just by looking at it, the building is leaning. Is the building leaning? And is the concern an internal collapse or an external collapse on the screen?
The concern is that since we have been on site in the early morning, we have seen continued shift of the structure, and I'm going to pass it over to our chief of department to add a little more detail there.
Thank you. The way this building is constructed, it's a steel frame building, so it would not be a total collapse. It would be more of a localized collapse, but that remains our concern, that it's moving. Possibly.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Now, one more question. We're going to go to Jill from New York One. If you can speak up.
Hi, Mayor. Thank you. Can you or some of the folks behind you tell us a little bit about how do you shore up this building right now? How do you get this in a condition that makes it safe, even for people to be on the street, let alone inside the buildings next door or the building at issue?
So I'll first just start with the importance of safety at this time. We have evacuated not only the building, but also 7 buildings around it. I really do appreciate the way in which New Yorkers have responded to this situation. We've seen that they have followed the instructions that have been provided by first responders on the ground, and that has been immensely helpful to ensuring that those first responders can be focused on the work at hand. I'm now going to pass it over to our DOB Commissioner to add to additional details.
So because the structural issue has to do with load-bearing columns, what we bring in are emergency struts that will take on the load of that and be applied throughout the floor to take on that load. Plus, we may apply additional struts, given that there could be weakening or cracks somewhere else. So it's really emergency beams, emergency columns that are brought in, and then they go and replace the load. Plus, we may add additional for extra security and safety.
Thank you.
Yes, as we discussed before, there is extensive work happening right now between the engineers, DOB staff, FDNY to evaluate the situation on the level using the information that we're reading from the outside. Once we have a secure plan, we'll be able to bring the equipment that we have now on site after asking the contractor to bring that forward so that we're ready to go once we have a plan.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, we have time for just one more. We're going to go to Pix. Just one last one, then we have to go. Go ahead, Pix.
Thank you for joining this level, because we're part of the people who've been evacuated.
Yes.
Can we talk about the timeline going forward? What message do you have for people who right now are out of their buildings, hotels, schools, office buildings? What message do you have for them? Can we, I know it's a unfolding situation, but can you give us some sense when at least the buildings that are not the building in question can get back to some degree of normalcy?
You know, I want to be honest with New Yorkers that this is a fast developing situation. We are taking it minute by minute, and I appreciate our city workers who have been on the forefront of that. Every few minutes, we are looking at a new assessment of the structure and of the possibilities and the options that we have in front of us. When it comes to the New Yorkers who call these streets their home, we are going to be in touch with them as soon as we have any updates. What I will say to them for now is thank you, because despite the impact on their day, they have responded calmly, they have responded with urgency, and to those New Yorkers who do not live in this neighborhood, I would say to steer clear of this area so that we can actually ensure the focus is on this response. We will be sure to keep the public up to date with any new developments as we have them. Right now, we're going to go back to work to ensure that all of these incredible city workers can do what they have been here doing since the morning, which is looking to keep us all safe. We are only going to allow New Yorkers to return back into these buildings when we are fully confident that they are safe for them to do so. That safety is paramount for us in every decision we're making right now.
Thank you so much.
There were corners cut by the developers. A union rep told CBS News that they were concerned that the company that won the bid was a non-union company, and that his workers who were members who had been working there said that corners were cut and that this was not an appropriate or proper construction for this community.
I think you heard from our DOB commissioner that there is an active investigation underway as to what brought us to this point. Our focus right now is on making sure that this site is safe, this building is safe, this neighborhood is safe. That investigation, however, will continue because we want to make sure that these actions are not ones that are repeated. Thank you all very much.
New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, alongside the fire commissioner, the building commissioner as well, giving an update on that unstable building in Midtown Manhattan after 2 columns were found buckled inside that building on the 21st and 22nd floor. Actually, it looks like that camera is tilting back up to where we can see the building. They have actually, as we have understood, the part of that construction project, adding some additional floors to that building. And we are going to talk more about this and how something like this would have happened and how something like this can now be addressed coming up in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. But you heard the mayor call it an extremely serious situation. Thankfully, no one injured, but they have evacuated many of those buildings in the areas around this. This was something that came in as a call around 8 o'clock in the morning. They said first reported as bricks falling from some of the top stories of that building down to the street. Obviously, they ended up finding a much more concerning situation and say even now that building is moving, that it is still not stable, and that they have to stabilize it before they can do some more of the work. And you can see what it looks like on some of those upper floors there of that building on East 42nd Street in New York City. So we're learning more about that from officials. And as they said, it is still very much so a minute-by-minute situation. They're getting new assessments in all the time, trying to work to shore up that site. They're doing a lot of assessments and inspections and doing what they can right now, but are concerned. The good news in this that they said was because of the way the building is built, it being a steel frame building, they said if the worst were to happen and there were to be a collapse, they do not expect it would be a complete collapse, but would be a localized collapse, so not a complete building collapse there. But still some concerns, as we heard from New York City officials at that briefing just a couple of minutes ago. Again, we're going to talk more about this coming up in just a few minutes. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're continuing to follow these developments out of New York City and watching this scene live right now, and you can see the building in question. We just got those updates from the New York City mayor talking about what they're doing, how they're trying to address this after this building is unstable in Midtown Manhattan, a construction site that had to be evacuated after a couple of columns buckled. And so joining us live now to give us some perspective here and to talk with us more about how you deal with a situation like this, we are pleased to be joined by structural engineer Ed Huth from Huth Construction and Consulting. Ed, thank you so much for joining us live on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Hey, Garrett. Thanks for having me on again.
So a scary situation here. We heard the mayor talking just a couple of minutes ago. They say this is extremely serious, that they are seeing continual movement of that building. You can even kind of see some of it. It appears in that live picture that I'll pop back up here in just a second. What do you make of the situation and what's happening right now, Ed?
Well, they're converting the the office spaces into residential living spaces. When you have a building that's decades old and has been standing, it's been structurally sound the way it's been. So when you start making alterations like they've been doing, there's all kinds of moving parts. So you got, construction crews, you got engineers, you got inspectors. And, when you start doing conversions to buildings, things, walls can be removed or members can be modified, causing overloading of structural components.
So do you think that's what happened here then in the process of that? This just may be something where it just couldn't handle it anymore?
Well, not that it couldn't handle it anymore. I mean, the building has been standing for a long period of time before the remodeling had taken place. So yeah, I mean, when I was reading about it and hearing what the mayor had to say, my first instinct was, there was some kind of miscommunication. Between the engineers and the construction crews, and because it happened in the middle of the building. It wasn't towards the ground floors or towards the top floors. It was directly, I think, the 21st to 26th floors I was reading. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, I mean, something got moved. Something, maybe some material was piled up in one section of the building, overloaded some structural components, structural members, and yeah, something was overloaded for sure.
Yeah, it was the columns buckled on the 21st and 22nd floors, and that led to some sagging between the 21st and 26th floors. You're right about that. That is interesting that it's kind of like right in the middle of this building. Why would we see the impact there as opposed to at the very bottom?
Well, what comes to my mind, and I'm repeating myself, moving walls that have been in place for many years. Somebody might have made a mistake, removed a wall or a series of walls that shouldn't have been removed. And then, that 21st, 22nd floor, and I think it's like a 40-story building. So you can imagine all the loading on top of those floors. And if you remove one of those support walls, below, it's going to translate all the way down into the foundation. So it's, structural engineering, we're always looking for the load path to determine if members are load bearing or not. So you got the weight starting at the top, and then it's going to translate into the exterior walls and any interior walls, and then all the way down into the foundation. So if you disrupt that in any way, it's going to cause a failure.
I'm curious too about what happens now and how you go about fixing something like this with it being on the 21st and 22nd floors. I would imagine that poses some challenges. How do you go about stabilizing this and being able to shore this building up again?
Oh yeah, definitely. The building is unstable. I would almost guarantee that. You use the key word there, shoring. So most likely what they're going to do, they're going to temporarily support the members that failed on the 21st and 22nd floor. And then what will happen, most likely they'll have to shore from the ground floor up. Each floor, they're going to have to temporarily support it. Again, I'm referencing, translating that load all the way down to the foundation. So they'll have to support each floor, starting with floor 1 and then going all the way up to floor 20, because it was floor 21 that was floor 21 and 22, which the members failed. So they would have to support all those floors underneath to work on those failed members on those particular floors, 21 and 22.
That sounds like it's a painstaking process, especially given when you're in the middle of kind of a serious situation when it comes to the stability of that building.
Oh yeah. This will definitely add to the budget and add to the schedule for sure.
Now, we heard officials, they were asked about concerns of a collapse, and obviously that is a kind of worst case scenario here, but the officials said because it's a steel frame building, they wouldn't expect it to be a complete collapse, just a localized collapse if that worst were to happen. What do you make of that? Does that make sense to you? Can you kind of help us make a little sense of that?
Yeah, when you got steel frame buildings, there's redundancy built into the structure. So I can't speak. Every building is unique in its own way, the way it's designed, and so I can't speak particularly about this building unless I saw some building plans or if I was out at the site to get a better feel for it. But that does sound right what the building officials are saying. There hasn't been like 9/11, for example. There was the impact of the airplane that took out a lot of the structural elements of the building, which caused a complete failure. Now this, from what I'm hearing, this sounds like just a couple of columns that are overloaded, and it makes sense what they're saying about a localized failure, not a complete catastrophic failure.
So what's next, Ed? What will you be watching for as we continue to kind of watch this story in the coming hours? Anything in particular that you're going to be kind of keeping your eyes peeled for?
Safety is the number one thing, and they did right by evacuating the buildings and the surrounding buildings. That was the right thing to do on the parts of the fire marshals and the building officials. It's just a matter of investigating right now. So I'll just be curious to see, what transpired that caused it to fail, during this remodeling. Because like I'm repeating myself, the building stood for 40 plus years, and all of a sudden we got a failure during a remodeling project. So I'll be curious to see what the cause of it was. Indeed.
Will be interesting to see for sure. Ed Huth, structural engineer, Huth Construction and Consulting. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me on, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back. All right, we are
Dawn reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to give you a quick update here of a situation we're learning more about. We are on our way right now, and we've got a crew on our way to what is being reported as a deadly crash in Castleberry. This is on 1792 South at Triplet Lake Drive. All of the lanes there are closed right now. So if you're going to be heading through that area, you're going to want to go a different way because all of those lanes are blocked right now. There was a crash that also included a car fire. 2 people believed to be killed in that crash. This is from Seminole County Fire Department. They believe 2 people killed in that crash, 1 person taken to the hospital. We know Castleberry police are at that scene as well. The county is at the scene. They're working on getting some more information out about that, but obviously a major traffic impact and a sad story as well to report. 2 people killed, 1 other taken to the hospital. But the main thing to know if you're going to be going through that area right now is go a different way. All of the lanes of 1792, we're told, are blocked right now. So there's going to be a major traffic impact in a busy area this afternoon on this Tuesday afternoon. So just be aware of that. Once we get a crew on the scene, once we get more information, we'll keep you updated and let you know more of what we are learning. So we'll keep our eyes on that situation. Well, I want to get you now to Volusia County, where just a little bit ago, while we were in that breaking news briefing in New York City, Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood spoke with reporters about the situation where an off-duty sergeant with the sheriff's office was arrested on felony battery charges. The sheriff giving an update just a little bit ago and sharing that Sergeant Jason Stickles has resigned and also checked himself into rehab. Here is what the sheriff said about what we're learning about that situation and where things stand now.
Video. So obviously yesterday afternoon about 5:30, 6 o'clock, Chief Brian Henderson called me and said, hey, want to let you know Sergeant Stickles was in a bar off duty, and it looks like he assaulted a 77-year-old man and a 71-year-old woman. So obviously at that point in time he was relieved of duty, and then we got a copy of the bar video, and my decision at that point was, you know what, there's no reason to do anything other than to take direct action, and we're going to fire him. So of course there's a procedure that goes with that, and in the interim he has resigned his position with us, and he's checked himself into a rehab, which I'm glad to hear that. You know, what I will say is, as furious as I am, you know, I got a 77-year-old Vietnam veteran in a bar with his wife, and what you see in that video, it's thoroughly disgusting, it's sickening, and it does not represent what this organization stands for a little bit, and it's a black eye for every one of us in this place. I also have to be fair and say that we're not as bad as our worst enemy thinks we are, and we're not as good as our mother thinks we are. He as a sergeant here in the last 7 years, he has done a really good job for us. And while everybody's out there hating and everybody wants to see him ground in the dust, you have to take into account that I hire from the human race. We're all human. He made a horrible mistake. His career is over. He's embarrassed publicly, but he did, I know it negates it all, and I don't want to hear it. He did do a lot of good things while he was here in the last 7 years. And I apologize to the folks that were in that bar for those actions, and I've made an offer, and later on this afternoon I'm going to reach out to them if they want to talk to me. I'll apologize one-on-one to them, and I would like to take them to lunch and sit down and let them know that, hey, we're a really good organization. This was a really bad day yesterday for us, and we apologize for that. And we can't do anything more than what we're doing, you know. So.
Based on those comments, did it come as a total shock that this alleged behavior happened, based on what you've seen from him in the past? No. I think that he had an incident back in 2018 where I suspended him for 3 weeks. And I think I got his attention at the time. And I think, like anything else in life, there's a problem there that doesn't really, there's a problem, there's an undertow, an undercurrent, and it doesn't rear its head when you're working. It rears its head when you're not working, and it reared its head, I think he's 3 months shy of his 25 years with the organization. So I don't know if I don't know what it is. I don't know if he let go of the rudder, but I do know as a person I want him to get help because clearly he needs help. And he's no longer going to be a member of law enforcement. There's no way he'll ever be hireable anywhere else. At the same token, I have to look at, we're sworn to protect and serve this community, and I have a Vietnam veteran and his wife out in the afternoon having a beer, and then to see what happened in that video happen to them from somebody who was in a position of authority in this organization is pretty disgusting. Have you gotten a chance to speak with the couple yet? I know that
I have not. I've said what I've said publicly. A little later on this afternoon, I'm going to try to reach out to them to talk to them one-on-one, to apologize one-on-one to them. I know I apologized last night to you guys, and even the gentleman who intervened on there. We don't know what was. I don't know what was said. Nobody has come to me and said this is what. But you could look at the faces on everybody there, and you could assume something inappropriate was being said. And to get to your point even further, Chris, I think that the one thing that I took away from that was he was so faced. This may have been the best thing that happened because nobody got hurt here. Had that not happened, he got behind the wheel of a car, we might be having a completely different conversation here. Somebody could be dead because that's how shit-faced he was.
I guess the message to that is, you haven't identified him yet, have you?
They did. It's Sergeant Jason Stickles. No,
I meant the Good Samaritan.
No, under Marcy's law, we haven't released any of that.
I guess what's your message on that front to people who are willing to step in and kind of help when they see?
You know, I would encourage it to a point. You got to remember something. We're in Florida. Everybody has the right to carry a gun, and after this next election, I think you're going to see a lot of people that shouldn't be carrying guns are be carrying guns. You already see where this is headed with, habitual marijuana users. You need to be a little bit careful getting in there. He made that decision. Be a good witness. He was an excellent witness on top of what he did. But I want people to also remember, everybody's got a gun. Keep that in mind when you go to step in there to intervene.
Sheriff, again, you kind of said it, you've always been really fair with your guys, but you will hold their feet to the fire in anything.
I think I've said this all along. If when we're doing the right thing and we get attacked, there will be nobody more vocal defending us than I will. If we make mistakes, there's going to be nobody that's going to stand up and say, I have to do better, we have to do better, and we have to fix this. And in a situation like this, this was an individual decision that doesn't represent anything at all of what we stand for, of what we do, and I think it was important, especially when I talked to the chief last night. It was like, well, we'll do a press release, put it out that, hey, this is what happened, the sergeant got arrested. And then when he told me there's footage of what happened in the bar, and I'm sending it to you, that was a game changer. That was, okay, this has to be done. There is no wait and go through all the process. This has to be direct action. Here's what you need to do. And then we received the phone call early this morning to say, hey, he wants to resign, and he's checking himself in to a rehab facility. And you know what? Fine, go. Do what you have to do, and we'll do what we have to do on our end.
With all social media and everything being posted and everything like that, how much of a blemish is this against the Volusia County Sheriff?
I think the whole world, it's social media, right? It's not just here that saw that video. That video went worldwide. I have not gone near my emails yet because the number is crazy. I've already looked at my phone. We're doing interviews now for promotions. There's like 500 in my inbox. And I'll bet you 400 are coming from around the world, and there'll be some things in there that I'm not going to be able to repeat on television to come in my way, because anybody that hates law enforcement, they'll be in there. they'll be in there just saying crazy ass stuff. But hey, it's part of the business. You know, it happened. We got it out there. We dealt with it. We apologize for it. I don't know what more we can do.
That was Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood earlier today. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and I want to get you a live look at this deadly crash in Castleberry right now, where we have learned 2 people are dead, 1 other injured in that crash. This is 1792 near Triplet Lake Drive. That is where, and you can see just pieces of one of those cars lining the road there. One of the vehicles off the roadway even. As this looks like our image may have frozen there, but we are seeing just the devastation left behind from this crash in Castleberry. Again, it is causing traffic backups. We're working to learn more about what happened, what may have caused this, but you can see some of the damage. That is one of the cars. There is another one that I believe to look like it may be on its top that we don't see right now. But is in another location. And again, bear with us here. Obviously, still a developing scene and something that we are tracking right now. This is 1792. That's right there at the 436 kind of interchange, just down the road from Triplet Lake and that intersection. It does look right now like they are letting some cars go by. We were initially told that all the lanes were blocked. Now southbound, it does appear that all the lanes are still blocked. Northbound, it looks like some cars are still able to go through. There is the other car that I was talking about. Looks like it has taken down a sign and is on its top right now. Seminole County Fire Department saying there was, I guess, one of these cars ended up catching on fire. 2 people dead, 1 person taken to the hospital. That is all we know right now, but still very much an active scene. Police on the scene, officials on the scene, the detours are in place, and we will continue tracking this. If we get more information in the next little bit, we will certainly bring that to you here on Fox Local, and we will have updates coming up on Fox 35 News a little bit later this evening. We listened in earlier to Senator Ashley Moody, who was speaking at a news conference in Merritt Island, where she was speaking with reporters about her Space Ready 2.0 Act. We did have the chance to get a brief one-on-one with her after that news conference. Had the chance to speak with her and ask her a couple of questions, and here's what she said.
So the Space Ready 2.0 Act addresses the fact that we are using infrastructure from the 50s and our space program going back to the Apollo missions to now support an increased capacity of launches. And if you know, we just hit a record year in launches, over 100 launches in 2025. That's expected to go up over 500 launches a year in the next 10 years. So we have got to bolster and reinforce the infrastructure that exists now. They just released a report last month that shows that we're looking at probably short of $1 billion to get it up to speed to where it needs to be for that increased capacity. So as to not burden taxpayers, to make sure we're being good stewards and of taking advantage of our already existing private-public partnerships, this would adjust the law to allow private partners in the commercial space industry to invest directly into the infrastructure for specific missions that are important both to government and private industry. This is something that's already done in other agencies. It just allows for NASA and specifically the Florida Space Coast to take advantage of those mechanisms for funding. As you know, last year we thought outside the box, and as the newest U.S. Senator, I got passed a law that allowed for tax-exempt space bonds to fall in line with seaports and airports. And this is just a new way of thinking outside the box on how we can fund these critical projects to make sure Florida not only remains a leader in the space race, but the United States of America continues to lead among all of our foreign adversaries in our successful missions in space.
One other question, is there a timeline? What's the timeline for the fixes? Do you know yet, or is it kind of...
Well, we are focused on getting this legislation passed as soon as possible. As one of the newest U.S. senators, I was named one of the most productive freshman senators last year, so I am very focused on getting things done and making sure we're delivering for Florida. No different for this legislation, so I'll keep pushing forward till we make the Space Ready Act 2.0 law.
Senator Ashley Moody speaking earlier today at that event in Merritt Island at Kennedy Space Center at the Visitors Complex there. Let me get you live right now back to Orange County, where the OCPS school board is having a meeting and discussing e-bike rules and regulations for use on campus, essentially don't use on campus. This is something they've been discussing for a little bit in this work session right now. And I want to go ahead and listen in. We listened in for a couple of minutes earlier before we went to breaking news, but I want to listen in to see kind of what they're discussing right now. So this is happening live right now in Orlando. All right, so we're having some issues with the audio there. I apologize about that, but we can tell you they are talking about e-bikes right now and some rules and regulations trying to address the increasing number of injuries and issues that have to do with that. And so they are looking at some ways to address and limit use on their campuses. That would include things like having to walk them on campus, not actually being able to ride them on campus, a number of other things that are involved in that. We'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I'm going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We're still watching this situation right now in Castleberry, where police are on the scene of a deadly crash right now on 1792. This is near Sunnytown Road, where the scene is here. There are a number of offices and office buildings along there. You can see one of the cars that is turned upside down. We also know it's causing some traffic issues in that area. Here is a live look right now. Northbound, it looks like is moving slowly, but southbound is blocked completely. And so if you are heading in that area, 1792, you want to be aware of that. You may want to just avoid the area entirely. We expect investigators and police to be on that scene for a while now because of the seriousness of the crash there. You saw some of the damage to the vehicles. We told you about the two people who were killed. One other is taken to the hospital in this. We're still working to learn more about what happened, but it is something we want you to be aware of. I want to give you a live look as well. This is in Los Angeles, Department of Justice. FBI going to be holding a news conference here in a little bit where they are expected to be talking about federal charges and arrests of alleged members of a transnational organized crime group. So that will certainly be interesting to hear what might come out of that. We'll be monitoring for that coming up in just a little bit. I also want to go ahead and let you know right now, here it is. Well, actually, before I go to that, let me just show you this live look inside that same room that we were just looking at. The camera just kind of widened out to where you can see what appears to be quite a bit of drugs and quite a few guns and a number of mugshots on the wall there as part of Operation Hardball, they appeared to be calling it. This is something that the FBI and other state and local officials were part of as well. So the FBI going to be holding this news conference where they're going to give us some updates. In fact, they may be walking in right now, and if so, we can go ahead and listen in for a few minutes live as they talk about this. See Operation Hardball, a number of arrests and charges in connection with this organized crime group. In fact, it does seem like they're getting underway, so let's go ahead and listen in.
We're good?
Okay. Everybody good? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Patrick Grandy. I am the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office. I'd like to welcome members of the press and thank you for your continued partnership and interest in today's announcement. I'd also wish to express our appreciation to our partners here today for their diligent work and a collaboration in addressing the threats posed by transnational drug trafficking organizations. Today's press conference will include remarks from several key leaders who have played important roles in this matter. After their statements, we will take a brief round of questions. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to First Assistant United States Attorney Bill Asaley.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning, everyone. This morning, my office is unsealing 3 indictments charging 37 defendants with racketeering, extortion, and drug trafficking stemming from a multi-year investigation into India-based organized crime groups. As part of today's takedown, law enforcement has arrested approximately 24 defendants across the United States, Canada, and Europe, and we've executed 42 search warrants within the Central District of California and the Eastern District of California. These criminal organizations have engaged in widespread violence, including targeted killings, extortions, and kidnappings. The organizations have flooded communities around the country with massive quantities of cocaine and methamphetamine. This is just a small sample of their product here. The organizations have preyed in particular on communities in the United States and Canada with ties to India, and routinely extorted these individuals and their family members in India by threatening them with physical harm and death. The 3 indictments target 3 separate criminal gangs, including high-level leaders who directed from abroad violence and drug trafficking in the United States. And you can see this is a international drug and organized crime operation, and you'll see some of the countries here that are implicated in today's indictments. The 3 indictments, again, we have 3 indictments. 15 of the defendants in the United States are in the United States here illegally. One of the defendants, Gurdev Singh, even attempted to extort victims while he was in ICE custody. The first indictment is against the Lawrence Bishnoi Organized Crime Group, an international crime gang consisting of thousands of members worldwide, and charges 9 defendants. It is led from India by the defendant, the lead defendant, Lawrence Bishnoi. 7 of the defendants, including the organization's figurehead, the gang's North American leader, Goldie Brar, and the gang's European leader, Rot Godara, are charged with racketeering conspiracy. The charges set forth in the indictment include allegations that Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar directed the 2023 assassination of a prominent Sikh leader in Canada, identified by his initials HSN in the indictment. The gang used this assassination and other high-profile acts of violence to terrorize Sikh and other Indian communities, and they used acts of violence to legitimize and bolster widespread extortion schemes. The indictment also charges Bishnoi, Brar, and others with trafficking cocaine and methamphetamine in the LA area, including by stealing hundreds of pounds of drugs from rival drug trafficking groups. The second indictment charges 17 defendants alleged to be members or associates of the Jagu Bhagwanpuria organized crime group. Like defendant Bishnoi, defendant Bhagwanpuria led this international gang from a jail cell in India. As part of the racketeering and extortion charges, the indictment spells out how, among other things, this gang would partner with corrupt law enforcement officials in India to falsely accuse enemies of crimes within India. One of the defendants, Gunderpreet Singh, is a police chief in India charged with attempting to extort victims here in Los Angeles by threatening to file a false murder charge against them in India. This organization engaged also in drug trafficking in the LA area. The gang's leader, defendant Bhagwanpuria, personally directed the transportation and distribution of large loads of cocaine within California from his jail in India. He'll be coming to our jails here soon, hopefully in the next few weeks. Finally, the third indictment charges 11 defendants with various drug trafficking charges. The organization targeted in this indictment would use commercial semi-trucks to move hundreds of pounds of cocaine and methamphetamine each week across the United States and into Canada for other drug trafficking organizations. The indictment charges the Canadian leader of the organization, Ravindir Singh Danda, together with his lieutenants. Defendant Danda is facing a mandatory minimum of life imprisonment for his role in leading this massive drug trafficking operation. Working together, law enforcement across multiple continents took a major step towards stopping 3 transnational organized crime groups that murder, maim, extort, and traffic drugs, leaving trails of pain and devastation in their wake. We will use the full weight and power of the United States federal government to identify, target, and dismantle these organized crime groups who prey on American communities. We are not going to allow anyone to engage in violent activities on American soil, especially those that are here unlawfully in our country. I want to introduce our next speaker now, Patrick Grandy, the Assistant Director in charge of the FBI's Los Angeles Field Office.
Thank you. These investigations are only possible through our partnerships on task forces like Los Angeles' Homeland Security Task Force, which conducted this investigation. This case was initiated in response to escalating violence impacting California, Canada, Europe, and the United States by groups claiming allegiance to Lawrence Bishnoi and Jagu Bhagwanporia organized crime groups. These violent acts include political and religious assassinations, shootings, murders, kidnappings, extortions, assaults, weapons, and drug trafficking. During the investigation, FBI agents and law enforcement officials seized over 1,000 kilograms of drugs and dozens of weapons. Some of that is on display here today for you. Investigators also identified organizations' global leadership to include Lawrence Bishnoi, based in India, and the North American leader, Sanderjeet Singh, also known as Goldie Brar, based in the United States, and Gurlal Singh, based here in California. As pointed out by the first Assistant United States Attorney, for years, the Lawrence Bishnoi and Jagu Bhagwanporia organized crime groups have fueled violence, fear, and instability within the East Indian communities throughout California and abroad. Through a pattern of intimidation and violence, members and associates of this organized crime group have victimized business owners, threatened individuals and their families, and retaliated with assaults, kidnappings, shootings, and other violent acts to enforce their criminal demands. Members and associates of these organized crime groups are engaged in extortion in many of the communities in which the enterprise operated, including the United States and in Canada. Members obtained pattern of life information on extortion targets and their families, often focusing on family members located in India. In certain instances, members and associates of the organized crime group would use corrupt law enforcement officials in India to aid in their extortion schemes. These organized crime groups recruited new members primarily from vulnerable, disadvantaged populations in India. Minors are targeted for recruitment to minimize sentencing exposures and monetary costs of violence. These actions have harmed victims dramatically under public safety. Today, agents and officers with the agency you see beside me here today and other partners executed 50 federal search warrants and arrested 24 defendants. 24 targets are currently in custody. Of the 50 warrants executed, 23 were in the Sacramento area, 19 in Los Angeles, and 7 in Canada. 11 defendants were arrested without incident in California in the cities of Los Angeles, San Ysidro, Mentone, Fontana, Fresno, Manteca, Sacramento, Stockton, and San Jose. 1 defendant was taken into custody in Indianapolis and 1 in Georgia. 3 defendants were taken into custody by Canadian authorities. 1 defendant was taken into custody by Spanish authorities. 7 individuals were already in custody. Law enforcement is continuing to seek additional subjects who are considered fugitives. Their photographs can be found here. While key members of the Lawrence Bishnoi and Jagwan Bhagwanpuri organized crime groups were successfully apprehended, this week, Sanderjeet Singh, also known as Goldie Brar, also known as Sanderjeet Jean Singh Brar, remains at large. And the FBI is offering a reward of up to $50,000 for information that is leading to his arrest and extradition. I'll put his photo up now. Anyone with information on his whereabouts is urged to contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. You can also contact the nearest United States Embassy with information. We could not have accomplished these arrests without the unparalleled assistance from our law enforcement partners, locally and internationally. I want to specifically thank the following agencies for their contributions: the Los Angeles Police Department and DEA, CBP, ATF, HSI, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Civil Guard of Spain, the Regional Narcotics Suppression Program, Orange County Sheriff's Department, Brownsburg Police Department in Indiana, FBI offices in Sacramento, Buffalo, and San Francisco, and FBI legal attaché offices in Madrid, New Delhi, Ottawa, and Mexico City. In closing, the threats we face today in our world are too diverse, dangerous, and complex for any one of us to tackle alone. Today's coordinated operation strikes at the heart of these brutal transnational organizations that have terrorized families, exploited communities, and stolen lives through ruthless acts of violence in the United States and abroad. We, alongside our partners, remain steadfast in our commitment to identifying these violent organizations, disrupting their activities, and ensuring they face the justice they deserve. Thank you, and now I'd like to turn it over to Los Angeles Police Department Chief Jim McDonald.
Well, thank you very much, and I want to just thank our federal, state, local, and international law enforcement partners and the members of the media, all of you, for being here today to be able to tell this story. Today, we recognize the outstanding work of the Violent Transnational Organized Crime Task Force, or VTOC, and the exceptional partnership that made Operation Hardball a success. Over the past 2 years, investigators from the FBI, Los Angeles Police Department's Gang and Narcotics Division, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police collaborated to dismantle an East Indian organized crime groups operating across the United States, Canada, and around the world. Their investigation targeted organizations responsible for murder, extortion, kidnapping, and weapons and narcotics trafficking in Los Angeles. We will not allow that to continue in this city. For 2 years, investigators shared intelligence, followed leads across international borders, and built a case designed not simply to make arrests, but to dismantle an entire criminal network. As you've already heard, the results speak for themselves. More than 1,000 kilograms of cocaine were seized, along with illegal firearms, including fully automatic machine gun. But these aren't just statistics. They represent lives in our city, protected, violence prevented, and communities made safer. The true measure of this operation isn't found in the arrests or seizures alone. It's found in what they represent. A unified commitment among the LAPD and our federal and international partners to relentlessly pursue those who threaten our communities. Operation Hardball has fundamentally changed the operating environment for these criminal organizations. Those who once believed they could use Los Angeles as a base for their criminal enterprises now know that they'll be identified, investigated, and held accountable. To every investigator, analyst, and law enforcement professional who contributed to this operation, thank you. Your professionalism, dedication, and perseverance had made a real difference and sent a clear message. Los Angeles will never be a safe haven for organized crime. Criminal organizations do not recognize borders, and neither does our commitment to bringing them to justice. Thank you. Now I'd like to bring up a great partner, the Commissioner of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Mike Duhem. Mike, thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
We are currently listening to DOJ officials and others talking about some arrests and charges against a transnational criminal organization there in California. We do need to step away for a brief moment before continuing our live coverage. I'm Stephanie Quinu.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
We're going to head right back to a live event taking place in California where DOJ officials and others are talking about some arrests and charges involving a transnational criminal group. Right now, we're hearing from Canadian Mounted Police.
The results being announced today would not be possible without the dedication and professionalism of the women and men of the agency standing here today. A lot of sacrifice goes into a file that lasts 2 years, and I want to thank everyone who worked on this file. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to follow up on something the police chief said is very important. It's hard to overstate the importance of this operation today. This isn't a matter of just simply arresting a street dealer here or a gang member there. This is doing what the Department of Justice does best, dismantling organized criminal organizations. That's what we do. We go after the leadership, and we take out the entire leadership structure and organizers of these crime groups. So only the Department of Justice can arrest almost 40 people in a day and execute 50 search warrants, which is going to have a devastating blow on these three criminal transnational organized organizations. So I just want to really emphasize how important this is today, and we hope it's going to have a massive, massive positive impact on communities, not only here in LA, but throughout the world and in Canada. So with that, we're happy to take a few questions. Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate on, you mentioned a man named Woody Sings for conducting extortion operations from ICE custody.
Mm-hmm.
Any more specifics on what he did, talking to intermediaries, using the cell phone, and who was he trying to extort and how?
Do you have the details on that?
Yeah, essentially, this is in the
And say your name.
This is Declan Conroy with the U.S. Attorney's Office. That defendant was, as set forth in the indictment, using devices, we believe they were kind of smuggled into his cell to extort a victim in Ohio who received hundreds of calls, including calls threatening her with death if she didn't pay money to the organization.
Thank you, Declan. Yes, ma'am.
Can you expand on the religious assassinations that you mentioned and how that ties into the conservative?
Yeah, they were targeting the Sikh community. Is that something that You can probably speak more to that. That happened in Canada.
Sure, yeah. So I can share it. It happened June 2023. This is a demonstration of collaboration where having people embedded, the speed and flow of information is actually much faster. And this, as we're investigating these three organizations, we communicated with the Integrated Homicide Unit in British Columbia, and the RCMP was involved through its project eProfanity to share the information, and it resulted in the indictments that you hear here today.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that 15 are in the U.S. illegally.
Yes.
How many of those who were arrested are U.S. citizens?
Are any U.S. citizens?
Check on that.
We'll have to check. We'll get you those numbers. We just highlighted how many don't have status here in the U.S., so at least 15 of the ones arrested here.
And then a follow-up. Is there any significance to the timing of these arrests? Was there about to be a big event that was going to take place, or an assassination thwarted?
No, I mean, we're not aware of any impending major event. This was a long, multi-year investigation. It takes a long time to put this evidence together and present the information to the grand jury. The grand jury returned the indictments recently, and then we're working with our law enforcement partners to just put a plan together to go out and arrest people. There's a lot of work that goes into arresting people throughout the world all at the same time. So that's what a lot of the work went into. But no, there isn't any specific impending assault or activity that we know about. Yes, sir.
If you would, explain how this actually works in as much as the sequence. We have people here from India who are here legitimately, both in the United States and Canada. Criminals know they're here, target these people because there's money here by threatening their relatives back in the need. Is that the way this changes?
There's many ways it works, but a lot of the organizers, a lot of people involved are from India. And so they either came here on a visa and overstayed or came in some other way, but that's how they got in the U.S. But they prey on people here in the U.S. who still have ties back to India, because using corrupt law enforcement officials there, they can threaten them with false charges. They can threaten to harm for their families back in India if they don't pay money here. So the extortion activities are happening here in LA and California, but they're using family members and law enforcement officials in India to extract the money from folks here, from the victims.
When you talk about the narcotics that are involved here, you mentioned they were stealing these from other cartels.
Other gang groups, yeah.
Other gang groups. Any of the known cartels that are here already that we know the stuff's coming from?
Well, most of the drugs that you see here all come pretty much from Mexico. All of it comes from cartel. And so there are different groups that take the drugs and transport it. Again, the ultimate destination for a lot of the drugs ends up being not California, either other parts of the U.S. or Canada. And so that's why this is why it's an important case to Canada, because California was the highway, if you will, for how the drugs get there. So the destinations can be all over. We're often just the transit point.
So we were basically, these guys were using their own intel on the streets to determine who was bringing in stuff, tag them, take the stuff, and do it that way.
These are violent gangster thugs, and they did bad things, they did violent things, and they stole drugs from other gangsters. Nobody was off limits for them. Yes, sir.
You mentioned an Indian police chief being charged, possibly threatening someone here.
Yeah.
Can you just elaborate on that? Where is he a police chief?
Well, he's a police chief in India. I don't have the specific city for you, but my understanding is that he was part of a scheme where they extorted a family here in Los Angeles for approximately $400,000 was the demand, and if they didn't pay it, that he was going to charge their family members in India with murder. And I think he actually did file murder charges against the family in India until the victim eventually agreed to pay the money.
Is that chief currently in custody?
That chief is not in custody yet, but he will be shortly.
So you're fair to say you're seeking extradition?
Yeah, we have charged him, and we will extradite him to the U.S. Yes, sir.
Are there any cases of folks who are arrested in California today that are particularly dramatic or illustrative of the operations of the gang that you guys can highlight for us?
Yeah, I don't. Do you know? I don't have a breakdown of each defendant. One of the main leaders, though, was arrested in Stockton this morning, and he's one of the leaders. His name is What's his name?
He's the one that organized some of the murders and stuff. Gurlal Singh.
Gurlal Singh was one of the main leaders. He was arrested this morning in Stockton by the FBI office up there. We're happy after this we can give you a breakdown of which defendants were arrested locally and what their conduct was in the indictment. There's a lot of violence and extortion and other activities, and so I think India is very happy with today's operation, and they're happy that we're going after this. Look, the United States is unique in that we have the power to reach people outside our borders. We can. Some of these guys are already in jail cells in India, so obviously that's not enough to restrain their activities. When they come to a federal penitentiary here in the United States, I guarantee you he won't be extorting any more victims once he's in our custody for hopefully a very long time. A few more questions. Yes, Ben.
Maybe the chief could talk a little bit about how the LAPD works with federal enforcement on this. How the LAPD did collaborate with federal enforcement on this project.
Yeah, we work on a daily basis with our federal partners, our state partners as well as international partners when that's appropriate. We work in task force configuration. None of us have the resources to be able to do what we'd like to be able to do on our own. But together, it's a very, very strong presence, and we have the ability to be able, as you see in this case, to be able to work internationally, to be able to hold people accountable who we use in L.A. as kind of the crossroads of their criminal enterprise, whether it's drugs, extortion, murder, or other things that have been laid out in this indictment. So it really is a collaborative effort. It is a team sport, if you will. Without our partners, we would not be anywhere nearly as effective as we are today, and we wouldn't be able to keep the people of Los Angeles as safe as we can with this collaboration.
Mr. Seeley, if you would. Next questions. Communication is half of these illegal operations. What guarantee do you have the people you're arresting aren't going to be able to continue to communicate from jails and continue to run operations? I mean, how are we going to work that?
Yeah, no, the Bureau of Prisons has the personnel and policies in place to prevent that. Their calls are recorded. There's a lot of measures that go into that, and also, you know, our attorneys will be watching for any of that activity as well. But no, the Bureau of Prisons is well equipped to handle that sort of activities. Yeah.
We're talking about basically putting people into either max or supermax facilities where they don't have access to communications, or if they do.
Well, even if they have access to communications, those are monitored or recorded, and so we have ways of making sure they're not engaged in further criminal activity while they're in Bureau of Prisons custody. And I will just say, federal prison is very different from state prison. You can go to some of these state prisons; they're basically like day camps. You have people walking around. They're not very locked down. That's not typically how it is at the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Maybe one more question.
Before we wrap up,
Yes. Oh, we've got, yes, online.
This one I think you've already addressed. Our defendants currently in Indian jail going to be extradited. I believe you've addressed
Yes.
that. And then the last question, if possible to answer. 3 arrests in British Columbia. Can we say where in British Columbia?
They were all 3 individuals were arrested in the greater Vancouver area. There's small communities around Vancouver. One Surrey, White Rock, is it White Rock? And West Vancouver as well. No incidents, but I do want to highlight one of the key leaders, Danda. He's been a person of interest, a high-value target for us, and here's a good example of bringing agencies together across the border to targeting a key leader from an organization. So,
Bill, do we have anything in the way of monetary levels on how much these guys were generating a year in income?
Well, we have, yeah, I think we have numbers. I don't know if we have it calculated this morning, but just the drugs alone you're talking about millions of dollars. I mean, this is multi-million-dollar operation for sure. One more question, or not? Well, last one, yeah.
Just a little bit more detail of the phone getting into ICE custody. Can you determine how that happened? Has anybody been charged with doing that? And the allegation that other members of the organization smuggled the phone in, or
Okay.
prison officials?
I'll let Declan answer. Declan's one of the assistant U.S. attorneys who's worked this case. Yeah.
So we're still looking into that. I think another way this could have happened is by using other individuals' kind of phone lines. we have the recorded communications from this defendant, and he was clearly using other lines to communicate. Whether that was a phone smuggled in or other lines, we're still looking into that issue.
Okay, so that was your question. We're not sure a cell phone was used, just that he gave orders from ICE custody to...
That were not recorded on his line, correct. So he was in ICE custody and able to communicate either through other lines or a smuggled in line to this family that was extorted in Ohio.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll have these photos to you.
So that wraps up the update from DOJ and other officials talking about a transnational criminal group. There have been multiple arrests and charges related to that, bringing in illegal drugs into the United States. We are going to step away for a brief moment, but I also wanted to bring your attention to the QR code right there on your screen as we share some of these other live events. We did want to let you know that we have a dedicated YouTube stream for the Charlie Kirk murder preliminary hearing continuing in Utah. We're airing that uninterrupted on a dedicated stream, so we do have that for you if that's what you would like to watch. In the meantime, though, stepping away.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next live event takes us out to Los Angeles, where we're getting an update on the lawsuit involving a Los Angeles Police Department officer who shot and killed a dog during the NBA Finals. You may remember that. And we do have an attorney speaking about that lawsuit right now.
Experience, Marie and Jeremiah included. Now we get to why we filed this lawsuit. We filed this lawsuit because accountability has not been voluntarily provided by the Los Angeles Police Department or the City of Los Angeles. Let me repeat that. We filed this lawsuit because accountability has not been provided by the Los Angeles Police Department or the City of Los Angeles in any way, shape, or form. This lawsuit is about one thing: accountability. It's about compelling documents. It's about compelling evidence. It's about compelling testimony under oath. It's about compelling answers. We have brought a federal civil rights claim because the people of Los Angeles deserve to know whether this conduct violated the Constitution, violated the department's standards, and violated the public's trust. Mayor Bass promised transparency. Now comes the test. Will transparency be followed by accountability? Or will it simply end with another explanation? Today I make this promise to Marie, the victim of this, to Jeremiah, her son, and to the people of Los Angeles. I make this promise. We will pursue every document. We will ask every difficult question. We will examine every witness under oath. We will follow the evidence wherever it leads, and we will pursue accountability that this family and this city deserve. Because accountability is not another press conference. It's not another promise. It's about answering difficult questions under oath. Accountability is accepting responsibility when mistakes are made. It's making certain that this never happens again. Because transparency without accountability is meaningless. I'm going to keep saying it. Transparency without accountability is absolutely meaningless. Jameson deserved better. Marie deserved better. Jeremiah deserved better. The people of Los Angeles deserve better. And we will not stop until the truth is brought to the light. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Now, any questions you want to ask, please go ahead.
What does accountability look like for Marie and Jeremiah?
Well, accountability right now looks like a jury finding that this officer was liable, that this shooting was unjustifiable. That's what accountability looks like.
Do me a favor, sir. When you answer questions, could you look straight this way because all the cameras are here?
Please, thank you.
I want to, show you here.
Certainly.
So, what in terms of accountability, what are you looking at in terms of damages and more?
We're not looking at this in terms of damage at this point. We're looking at this in terms of safety, in terms of how the LAPD respond in situations like this. We're looking at this in terms of how the LAPD wants to be accountable and hold themselves accountable for this specific shooting, and getting in front of a jury of our peers, people of Los Angeles, and let them make a decision about how this needs to be handled. And then from there, we'll see how the city of Los Angeles handles this moving forward.
So at this point, you're not asking for a dollar amount?
At some point, we'll ask for a dollar amount that we feel is appropriate when we see how the damages play out, when we see how the city responds.
Okay, well, you're saying thus far the city has not responded.
That's correct. The city has not responded, not so much as an apology.
Okay, and I get, to get this story on the air, and I'm sorry you lost your dog, and I lost one of my dogs recently, and it's devastating. And he died from natural causes, but I can't imagine. I can't imagine. It would help us put a human face on this story if we could just hear from this young man about how much that dog meant to him. It just helps put a human face on the story, as opposed to, you're doing a great job, but the entire story is just going to be you. I can appreciate that. The first thing I want to say is this, and what Marie wants to communicate to everybody is how thankful they are to the community for the support. They've had people come up and hug them. They've had people call them. They've had people leave messages for them. But I'm going to answer your question because I know you want his statement right now. But he's not going to give you a statement right now. In the coming days, in the coming weeks, they will give a statement together. That is Marie's wishes. She's not ready to do that yet. And you guys have to understand, she's going through a lot. This is a woman, a nurse, a single mom, who was thrown into the limelight, unwanted, who's had every news agency at her front door, who's had her social media blitzed, her phone doesn't stop ringing, she can't go out in public, and she's dealing with the loss of a beloved family member, and she's hurting. And that's where we're at right now. So at the right time, Marie is going to speak. At the right time, Jeremiah is going to speak. At this time, they've asked me to speak for them.
You mentioned that the city nor LAPD has given an apology. Is that?
That is correct. We have not heard from the city of Los Angeles. They've issued no apology. They've taken no responsibility. The only thing we've heard or seen is the social media response by Mayor Karen Bass, where she said she was troubled by this shooting, that she wanted transparency, that she wanted them to look into how these officers were trained. But other than that, there's been nothing.
Sir, do we know anything about this officer in question, how long you've been on the job?
We know nothing about the officer in question. The LAPD has not provided the identity of either officer.
Let's talk a little bit about the dog, if you don't mind. So
Please.
if you could reiterate how long the family had the dog, exactly what kind of dog it was. I know it's been out there, but I want to hear it in front of our cameras.
So, from my understanding, the dog's 2 years old, or was 2 years old. It's a Labradoodle with a St. Bernard mix. It was a very lovable dog. I mean, if you've ever watched the Muppets, this was a Muppet. That's what it looked like. It looked like a big, furry, lovable Muppet.
Okay, big and how big?
I couldn't tell you an exact weight. I would say it was a medium-sized dog to a bigger dog.
My point is, from your vantage point, it sounds like you're saying that under any circumstances, that dog was not threatening.
Absolutely. Not threatening in any way, shape, or form. That dog was, no, not at all, not at all. And in fact, well, I know you do, but in fact, Marie made it clear to the officers that the dog was not threatening. And anybody that knows dogs, I mean, just about everybody in LA is a dog owner. Everybody knows what a Labradoodle is. Everybody knows when a dog looks like a Muppet. Everybody knows when a dog is wagging its tail and jumping up and down happy. There was nothing threatening. There was nothing aggressive about this dog. That could never be argued. I mean, and this is when we talk about transparency and we talk about accountability, that's exactly where this is going to go. You watch. The citizens of Los Angeles can watch. What we're going to see is, oh, the shooting was justified. That's going to be the argument. What we're going to see is, oh, it's qualified immunity. That's going to be the argument. That's what they're going to try to do, to take us off our game here. We know that this dog was not aggressive. We know that a gun should not have been drawn. We know that other tactics should have been used and could have been used. That's just the bottom line.
Can you elaborate on what other tactics could have been used? You know, what is your defense? Because if they're going to try to poke holes in that, obviously you're saying this is not a threatening dog whatsoever.
Well, I'm not going to get into the expertise. You know, I'm not an expert in how to handle a dog other than being a dog owner and seeing, you know, millions of dogs during the course of my lifetime. But when a dog wants a hug or wants to play, you kind of should know that. Pet the dog, maybe kneel the dog. I don't know. I'm not an expert, but this wasn't a situation that called for any use of force. To suggest it did would be ridiculous.
Well, the officer is claiming that the dog was only aggressive.
Of course the officer's claiming that. That's exactly what we expect the officer to do. To say it's justified. To say it's objectively and subjectively reasonable. To say that he had qualified immunity. Of course that's what they're going to do. That's going to be their first response. Because they don't want to be accountable. That's not transparency, that's not accountability, that's exactly what I've been trying to say. That's why there's no apology. They'll never admit that what they did was wrong. So we're going to have to get a jury put in a box, and the jury will find that what they did was wrong. Any other questions? This is a federal case. Okay, we're good?
Is there anything you can say on behalf of the family?
Well, I can say this, that Marie has written a beautiful letter that she wants to send out to the people of Los Angeles. We will publish that letter in the coming days. But I think what they really want to say is just how thankful they are to the public and thankful for the love and support that they've received. They acknowledge all of it. They've read all of it. They've seen all of it. And they don't feel so alone because of it. And they've really asked me to repeat that over and over again. Thank you so much to the public.
Do you think this will have ramifications because there's a lot of animal lovers and pet owners who have seen this and are afraid this could happen to them?
I think that's a good question. I think people are very afraid that this could happen to them. And I think that's one of the points of this lawsuit, is I think this is what the people of Los Angeles expect, and I think this is what animal owners want. They want to know that they're safe, that their animals are safe. And remember, animals are part of our family. They are beloved parts of our family. They're no different than a human. So, of course, that's what they want. And we've heard from countless animal lovers, animal activists who have emailed us, who have called us, who have supported us, who have asked us to bring this lawsuit. They want the same thing. Anyway, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Councilor Jeremiah's last name is
Garcia.
Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it. That was the attorney for the couple involved in this federal lawsuit. All of this over a dog who was shot and killed by an LAPD officer outside of a woman's apartment following the NBA championship last month. There was actually video circulating of the incident. Officers were called after a neighbor heard a large commotion. They went to the apartment, and that is when they shot and killed the dog right there. There's also a GoFundMe account set up there as well. So we actually did see live the couple there right behind the attorney. The attorney said right now they simply don't want to talk, but they have filed a federal lawsuit against the city of Los Angeles in the shooting death of their dog after the Knicks won the NBA championships. We are going to just step away for a moment, continuing to monitor all of these live feeds. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We have a new live event taking us out to Milwaukee as the police department there is releasing its mid-year crime report, providing some new data. Let's listen in.
All the attention this draws on social media. The glorification of our bad behavior on social media perpetuates the behavior. I don't know if everybody understands that. Every time you want to do a click or a like of these bad behaviors, you're enabling and creating more generation of energy behind that. Unacceptable. When this nonsense occurs, instead of our community stepping up to say, hey, stop, this is not acceptable, our community is pulling out their cell phones to film it for posting and generating likes and clicks. I'm asking everyone, don't engage in these posts. Ignore them. Scroll past them. The more we engage, the more we incentivize. As always, if you have any information regarding criminal activity, contact the Milwaukee Police Department. And if you'd like to remain anonymous, contact Crime Stoppers at 414-224-TIPS. As a reminder, you all are an important part of public safety. And we, as always, better together. Now I bring to the podium my partner in work that we do here, Sheriff Ball.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the mayor and the chief for inviting me to be here today. As you know, we both share a common goal, which is to ensure that those within Milwaukee County are safe, those who live, those who work, and those who visit our county. I am appreciative of the collaboration that we have and grateful for the partnership that the Milwaukee Police Department and the Milwaukee Sheriff's Office have. As you know, and it has been stated, we can't do this alone, and so I'm grateful and thank you for your partnership. As we looked at the numbers, we did a deep dive into the long-term numbers, and what we saw at first was very encouraging because the trend was down. But when we looked at the numbers, we saw that crime overall compared to last year was only down 5%, and when we looked at quarter two numbers compared to quarter two numbers in 2025, they were down a similar number. And I said that it's disappointing because of all the time and effort that we have put into our areas of responsibility, and to show such a small decrease was a little disheartening for us. So what do the numbers tell us? When we looked at, well, as the summer got warmer, we knew that there was going to be more people out. We knew that there would be more people visiting our parks. But what we didn't expect was the increase in the spike in crime. It increased by 58% from the first quarter to the second quarter. And the first quarter, we had 62 incidents of crime, and then in the second quarter, we saw 92. When we drilled down to look at what was the driver of those numbers, we saw that there was 23 additional battery and assaults. We also saw an increase in our motor vehicle thefts and our robberies. And when the deputies, they do a very good job. They are responding to the parks and what's going on within that area. However, what we're seeing is a lot of violent behavior, lawlessness in our parks. Our parks are the crown jewels of our neighborhoods as well as our community. They are meant for our families to enjoy, for people to recreate, as well as for people to have peace of mind, not go there and experience violence. So let me be perfectly clear. We will not tolerate you using our public spaces as venues of lawlessness and criminal activity. We will look for you, we will find you, and we will hold you accountable. When we looked at the number or the types of calls for service that our deputies had, there was an increased number of illegal gun possession and shots fired incidents. And as a result of that, we know that people will not feel safe in those areas. So the collaboration that we have had with our community partners, our law enforcement partners, and the public has shown that there's a decrease. I do want to say that we have looked at those areas in which the crime has increased. So we have identified the behavior, we identify when it occurs, where it occurs, and we're using our targeted enforcement as well as our strategic mission plans to address these efforts. And so I do want to say that the coordinated effort that we have, again, with our law enforcement partners, our community partners, as well as the public, has helped with the downward turn, but we can do better. The behaviors that we are exhibiting is unacceptable. And just because it may be a good time for you, why infringe on the good time of others because of your bad behavior? Let's all be respectful of others when we use these public spaces, and let's have a safe summer. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. We are discussing today, of course, a continued decrease in crime, especially in some particular areas of violent crime. We think about the considerable drops in the number of non-fatal shootings, carjackings, homicides. Those are real lives impacted in this quarter alone, and it continues a trend that we've seen for some time.
For the people.
Right now on Fox 35 News, the road to gold. The defending champs rally from down 2 goals before scoring 3 unanswered. We're talking back to back to back to beat Egypt. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. I'm Garrett Weimer, and the U.S. may be out of the World Cup, but we still have a lot of great soccer left. This was evidence of this just a little bit ago. The road to gold continues here on Fox 35. You just watched that thriller right here on Fox 35. Egypt scored first. It was early on. And then Messi had a chance to tie it with a penalty kick, but he was denied. Egypt found the net again in the second half. They're up 2-0 when Argentina gets back within 1. Their first goal not until the 78th minute right there. And then in the 83rd minute, they tie it again. It's Messi. And then in stoppage time, Argentina scores again. The defending champs rally from down 2 goals. They score 3 goals in 14 minutes. Here is that Messi goal. 3 goals within 14 minutes, and their first goal didn't even happen until the 78th minute. They come back and win 3-2. Messi now still at the top of the Golden Boot race, but Mbappe from France, Haaland from Norway, and Harry Kane from England are also still in the tournament right now, so they could have a chance to jump Messi in the standings. It has been quite the performance from one of the world's best, though, in this tournament. Let's get you right over to Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp in our World Cup headquarters now. And Jonah, still a lot of headlines we're following today.
And this is chief among them. One of the greatest comebacks you're ever going to see in sports. Messi at the top of our World Cup headlines, of course, at this hour. He's still in, leading that Golden Boot race. Ronaldo is out. He's retiring. The U.S. also out after losing to Belgium last night. Let's first talk about Messi, of course. He scored his 8th goal of this year's World Cup against Egypt, extending his scoring streak to 9 consecutive games for Argentina, dating back to Argentina's title run in 2022. And moving to the top of a tight Golden Boot race. Today's goal marked his 13th in that 9-game span. Messi finished 2nd in the Golden Boot race behind Mbappe in 2022 with 7 goals while leading Argentina to the title. He tied for 3rd with 4 goals in 2014. Meanwhile, it's the end of the road for Portugal. They lost to Spain yesterday, and that means it's the end of an era. Before the match, Cristiano Ronaldo announced this would be his last World Cup. The 41-year-old Ronaldo finishes his World Cup career with 11 goals. That's tied for 9th all time, but without a World Cup title. He's the only player in history to score in 6 different World Cups. The journey continues for England, but it's over for one of their midfielders. Jordan Henderson injured his wrist during a celebration in the round of 16. He's been ruled out after going to the hospital. He has a suspected broken arm. And the World Cup title dreams for the United States will have to wait another 4 years. What's next for the U.S. men's national team after getting bounced from Belgium? Well, let's start there. The U.S. men's national team lost to Belgium last night, and the Americans are now officially eliminated. Fox 35 reporter Ashley Dvorkin is in Seattle.
The American men's World Cup journey may be over, but it was still a history-making run. with a chance to advance to the quarterfinals for the first time in 24 years. The U.S. men's team set out Monday night to prove any doubters wrong, but its defense wasn't a match for Belgium, which controlled the pitch with 2 early goals, going on to win 4-1.
It was a rough watch. Didn't seem like the energy was there today.
Just seeing us go so far, even though, we probably expected more, it's heartbreak.
Malik Tillman was the only scorer for the U.S. with a free kick goal in the first half. But the team's luck ended there, and later star player Christian Pulisic left the game in the second half with a leg injury.
It's just frustrating to end like that, of course.
Belgium now goes on to play Spain on Friday in the quarterfinals. For the U.S., it's a time to reflect on its tournament success.
We make proud the whole country, and that is only the beginning.
The team finished with 11 goals, an all-time high for the program in a World Cup, and secured its first knockout round victory in 24 years. But players say the most important, bringing in a new generation of soccer fans.
We've felt every minute of it, and long may it continue, because it's an unbelievable group of players in there.
With the U.S. exit, each of the tournament co-hosts, Canada, Mexico, and the U.S., have exited the World Cup in the round of 16. In Seattle, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
All right, joining us now is Carlos Mauricio Ramirez, play-by-play announcer for MLS. Carlos, we got to start with this Argentina victory and Lionel Messi. Can you put into words what we're witnessing, not just with Argentina, but with Messi?
I'll do you one better. I'll give you a sound. How about that?
Okay.
How about the sound? How's that for one? He's the GOAT.
Okay, I was very sheepish, but yeah, I got the goat.
Okay, sheep, goat, yeah, he's the GOAT. To be 39 and to do what he's doing, to score in 9 consecutive World Cup games going back to 2022, to miss a penalty kick, the second one he's missed, he's the first player in World Cup history to miss 2 PKs in the same World Cup. He had a bad game. He knows it. He is the most critical and self-critical and self-demanding player perhaps in history. And I think the tears after the win reveal the anguish, reveal the frustration he was dealing with, the fear of seeing himself and his team ousted of the World Cup in his final World Cup. I'm guessing what went through his mind was, I had a PK, I missed it, I've let down my country, I've let down my team, and at the same time, to come back and give the assist for the Cuti Romero goal, to then score the equalizer in the 83rd minute, and to see his emotion just pour, we're seeing, in my estimation, I don't mean to criticize other players, I just legitimately think we're seeing the best soccer player in history.
He had a bad game by his standards. It's all relative, right?
Yeah.
By most other soccer player standards, he had a good game, and he's been having an unbelievable World Cup. And considering the fact that he's 39, I mean, we're seeing younger guys, the next generation of soccer players, move this thing forward. At the same time, we're seeing guys like Ronaldo and Neymar retire. And yet Messi's still playing at such a high level. It's really, really remarkable. Now we've seen Argentina been tossed to the brink in 2 consecutive World Cup matches. First against Cape Verde and today against Egypt. Is this Argentina team good enough, in your opinion, to win it all?
That's a great question. I think they are. My biggest concern for them would be their stamina. How are their collective bodies going to hold up against stiffer competition going forward? Because you mentioned them. It's been Cape Verde and Egypt, not the likes of, and I don't mean to diminish who they are, but they're not France or England or Spain or even Norway, who are better teams than both African sides they struggled against and both beat 3-2. This kind of victory can either physically break you down or emotionally propel you forward. And we'll see what happens. Now they sit back and wait and see who wins later today in Colombia and Switzerland. Whoever comes out of that match is on paper better than both Cape Verde and Egypt. So we'll see, man. And if they progress from this match, it'll be the winner of Spain and Belgium. And I expect it to be Spain. So I'm never, because of what we've seen, I'm never going to put anything past this Argentinian side.
Yeah, I mean, look, the road only gets tougher. Argentina is clearly a good team, and they're the defending champs. Let's pivot quickly and talk about the U.S. Give me your postmortem for the U.S. What's your evaluation of how they performed, not just yesterday, which was easily their worst game of the year, but throughout this entire World Cup?
Yeah, I think the team went from great to very good to worse in that decline, right? They choose the wrong match to have the worst match of the World Cup. I'm sure as time goes by, as time progresses, we will learn about maybe inner frustrations, inner items that could have just flourished in the worst of times. Perhaps the Flo Balogun controversy undid them internally in some way. The pressure being in the crosshairs of everyone in the soccer sphere, maybe it was too much for them to handle. Maybe the stage was too big to handle for several players. Overall, they had a good tournament, but I feel one of the things I think we need to grow as a soccer nation is the way we critique and we aspire and hold accountability for the national side. If this would have happened in a developed soccer country, we would be criticizing them because of their performance. I think both things are true. They had a very good tournament, but they came out of it in a very disappointing manner because you came out 4-1 at home against a good, not great Belgium side. This is not the peak goal generation of Belgium that we saw in 2018 with prime De Bruyne, with Eden Hazard, with prime Lukaku. That's not this. It's a very good team, but not a peak team. They're not France or Spain or even Argentina. So it was a good tournament. I think for the country is great. I think MLS will significantly benefit from this. I think we'll see kids and people join the soccer world, but it is at the same time disappointing because of the fashion in which it happened.
Carlos Mauricio Ramirez, thanks so much for joining us. Master impressionist. Does a very good goat impression. Thanks
Thank you.
All right, Garrett, sending it back to you.
All right, Jonah, thanks. Still ahead here on the road to gold, a major World Cup stage, millions of eyes watching, and seasoned pros shaking in their cleats. So who was the calmest person on the field?
I was excited, but I didn't jump around all crazy.
Coming up on the road to gold, we'll meet the local 10-year-old who stole the spotlight in LA. And imagine missing out on playing in a World Cup because you didn't check your messages. Yeah, a defender for Cape Verde nearly taken an L because he thought his professional shot was spam. They were knocked out of the World Cup, but the Cape Verde team received a champion's welcome home. They captured the world's attention. They were greeted by cheers, dancing, and a whole lot of pride. This was the first time Cape Verde ever played in the World Cup. They made it to the round of 32, where they were defeated by, who else? Lionel Messi and the defending champions of Argentina. And while Cape Verde nearly pulled off a stunning upset, their dream run nearly happened without one of their best players. He almost missed his shot at soccer history because he almost scrolled past a social media message. How about that? Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp joins us now. And Jonah, that player would have been kicking himself.
This is such a great story. Yeah, Cape Verde called Tampa home for 2 weeks. They became the lovable underdogs of the tournament. Almost pulled off a massive upset over Argentina. Cape Verde is full of amazing stories, and Fox 35 sports reporter Sean Barry spoke to defender Pico Lopez, who almost missed his opportunity to play international football over a LinkedIn DM.
Roberto Pico Lopez's path to playing in the World Cup for Cape Verde was almost over before it ever started.
Always had a backup plan. My backup plan was to go to college.
Born in Ireland to an Irish mother and a Cape Verdean father, Lopez grew up playing soccer in Dublin from a young age, dreaming of one day making it pro.
Through that, I've always loved football. Growing up, it was always been my passion, playing on the streets in Crumlin.
But when it looked like football might not be in the cards, Lopez did what most young professionals looking for work after college do. He set up a LinkedIn profile.
I was working part-time in the job, 9 to 5, going to training afterwards and playing matches in the evening.
But down the line, Lopez got a message on LinkedIn with an unusual job offer. It was from the Cape Verde national football team manager with an offer to play. The only problem, Lopez couldn't read it.
He contacted me, sent me a message in Portuguese, which I didn't understand at the time, so through my ignorance, I ignored it. I just thought it was spam.
A few months later, the message was resent, this time in English, and after first apologizing, Lopez happily accepted.
I think a few weeks later, we got the paperwork done and I was playing for them in Marseille against Togo.
So while that original DM may have gotten lost in translation, what isn't lost on the Cape Verde defender is that near-missed connection. It could have one day cost him a shot at playing in the World Cup.
The doors it's opened up has been amazing. I've managed to play European football and now international football at the biggest stage there is.
So with one message finally received, now Lopez is helping send a new message that though their country may be small,
it's the beauty of this sport.
Cape Verde's talent on the pitch is plenty big enough.
But yeah, you can see the lift it gives to the people of us being here.
A message to the world that this time,
it's over. It is a win.
Needs no translation.
Such a great story. Always check your DMs. I think that's the message from the piece. Right, Garrett?
I don't know, maybe not always. Well, still to come, the U.S. may be out of the World Cup, but the road to gold continues. And beyond that, the impact it's having on kids will also go on. And you can see that impact already on the pitch. Why this World Cup could be creating soccer stars of the future.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
With the World Cup being played right here on American soil, a whole new generation of kids is watching, learning, and no doubt dreaming big.
Scarlett Underwood started playing soccer at 6 years old. At 9, she joined Wisconsin United FC to play competitively. What took soccer from being a hobby to a passion? Meeting one of the U.S. women's young stars, Trinity Rodman.
It was really cool to be able to ask her how'd you fall in love with the game, and it was really cool to hear she kind of started watching the World Cup younger and she started liking it, so I think that's kind of where I started liking soccer more.
Not every kid in the U.S. is lucky enough to meet one of the country's soccer stars, so that leaves the question, will there be a similar effect from simply watching them on TV?
After the '94 World Cup that was in the United States, you saw some leagues start to develop here, a more professional atmosphere within the sport and within the country after that. But I think the impact's going to be felt in the next few years.
Quinn Ross, director of coaching for FC Green Bay, says that's especially true if the Americans keep winning.
The average American fan is going to get excited and want to back a winner. The average fan is going to get on board, and then they're going to see the passion that the rest of the world has for the sport. I mean, I think it's the greatest sport in the world.
Research done just before the World Cup by the Sports and Fitness Industry Association says outdoor soccer participation grew by nearly 16% in the U.S. from 2024 to 25. Its report also shows participation growth in the host nations of the last 3 World Cups. Underwood has been watching the U.S. men in the World Cup and encourages everyone to catch a game on TV.
Even if you don't play, it's just fun to watch. We try to watch any games that we can, and normally, the coaches would be like, if you get any chance to watch the players, watch what they're doing because they're professionals.
It may take years to know whether this tournament has inspired a generation to represent the United States on soccer's biggest stage, and if Underwood will be one of them.
Nice.
Eric Morris, Fox 11 News.
Well, right here in Central Florida, we know our youth soccer scene is booming with young talent. For a closer look now at the local phenoms who could be very well leading Team USA in the future, let's bring back Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp. Hey, Jonah.
Hey, Gary. It takes a lot of work to stand on the world stage. These players have spent a lifetime preparing for the World Cup. Well, a 10-year-old from DeLand got an opportunity to be on the field with the U.S. men's national team, and he was probably the least nervous person in all of Los Angeles.
Being on the world stage is a big deal to most.
I was excited, but I didn't jump around all crazy.
Not the reaction you'd expect from someone invited to stand with the U.S. men's national team during the anthem. But hey, that's Jaden.
I think he didn't realize exactly what it meant. He just was like, oh, okay, until the excitement came more when we got closer to the event.
This 10-year-old has his mom to thank for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity ahead of the U.S.-Turkey match in the group stage.
I entered this at my work, so it's just to people that, that ever want to have opportunities, just to make sure you're applying for those opportunities, because you never know when you'll get that opportunity. Just like us, it was a complete shock, but it was a blessing.
These athletes spend their entire lives to stand where Jaden is standing, but what's the expression? Act like you're supposed to be here? Well, Jaden certainly did that.
We were there in the crowd, and then just seeing his face on the screen, I was just like, oh, that's my son! It was exciting.
Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage. I guess to Jaden, there's no stage too big in this world. Take that, Shakespeare.
Oh, it's just wonderful. It was just proud that we even had the opportunity, right? Because a lot of kids don't even have that opportunity. So it was great that he got that opportunity to experience it.
That's great. All right. Well, now that the U.S. is done, manager Mauricio Pochettino is fielding calls and questions. What's next for him? Does he stay or does he go?
I think it's also it's the improvement or to grow. It's not like you are in a rocket and you improve and you grow like this. 1 year ago, I think, before I started the Gold Cup, 1 year ago, before the World Cup, I think no one believed that we are going to arrive today and talk that we were playing against Belgium, one of the contenders to win the World Cup. We players that are World Champions League winners, La Liga or Premier League or like this. We were playing again. a player that have, experience and they are top player. I think in 1 year we think that we were in a mess. Thinking today in the way that we perform in that World Cup, I think we improve a lot. But the problem, you improve, but sometimes you need to go little by little, it's not linear that you are going to grow so quick. For me, I am so proud because in 1 year, I think with all the circumstances, I think this team show that we can play football, we can play soccer, we can compete, that we need to keep improving. A lot of young players with a lot of potential and future. And I think a generation of young kids that are coming behind. I think only it's about, to keep believing in that process. And you asked me about if... I think now, because we were talking with the federation, it's about to rest a little bit, to think, to have conversation, and then see what the decision is from the federation and from us. But I am so happy. I think we build a very good relationship, but now is not a moment to talk about that. I think now is a moment to see, to assess the tournament, and for sure in the next weeks we can start to talk if the federation want to talk.
Well, look, last night aside, Mauricio Pochettino had this team playing at a level we've rarely seen out of the United States. He's built something special. Speaking of building, Lego unveiling a giant World Cup this week in the heart of New York City. It was built using 1.4 million Lego bricks. It's 27 feet tall, and it took more than 50 workers and 7,000 hours of work to build. The trophy was actually built in the Czech Republic and transported to the Big Apple. All right, that'll do it for me. Be sure to stay with us right here on Fox 35 all summer long for complete coverage of the tournament. Enjoy the match coming up later on Fox 35, Colombia versus Egypt. Garrett.
All right, Jonah, thank you, and thank you for joining us for the Road to Gold. Fox Sports coverage of the World Cup continues next right here on Fox 35.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And where we stand today, the proposals that I've put forward that are proving to be effective, that's the expectation that I believe the people of Chicago have moving forward. And it's a reasonable expectation. corporations that continue to benefit from Trump's cuts to all the other services that we rely upon, asking them to put more skin in the game, that's a reasonable expectation. I had a conversation recently with Speaker Welch, and we're already talking about the next budget, right? I just want to make sure that that's noted, because sometimes people think that these conversations only happen in the spring. And I do believe that there's still a path moving forward for a millionaire's tax and a billionaire's tax. He's expressed his commitment to it. There were a number of members in his caucus that supported it. I believe that that's the direction we should be pulling towards. And then, quite frankly, to your question, even more directly, we should be finding a more permanent fund to provide property tax relief.
So is there any chance that you're not going to run for re-election?
You know, again, I mean, look, I think that, when I talk to the people of the city of Chicago, and there are a number of them who come up to me, this might be the first time in the history of my tenure that a question that you're asking, the people of Chicago ask me as well. So at least I know that you're on par with where people are. And there are a number of people who say, Mayor, we see the work that you're doing. We hope that you do run again. And, my response to them is, I'm showing up on behalf of the people of this city. I've made a promise. I said that we're going to hire more young people. We've done it. I said that we're going to invest in our public schools. We've done it. I said we're going to build more affordable housing. We've done it. I said we're going to tax the rich. We've done it. I said we're going to hire and promote more detectives. We've done it. I said we're going to restore the Department of the Environment. We've done it. I said that we would commit to creating an Office of Gun Violence Reduction. We've done it. And I said we're going to lower violence in the city of Chicago. And we've done it. The reason why I'm focusing on the things that I promised that I would do and how we're actualizing them is because I think that people deserve to have that type of experience. At some point, people will be able to have a full, robust conversation about the direction of our city moving forward. But in the meantime, I've made a commitment to invest in people to build the safest, most affordable big city in America, and we're well on our way.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi.
The city's annual financial report shows that the Chicago Police Department spent $162.5 million over its budget of, give or take, $1.8 billion. Last year, the CPD went $204 million over its budget, and you told me that wasn't acceptable. Why, for the fifth year in a row, has the Chicago Police Department been unable to stay within its city council and usually mayorally approved budget?
Well, first of all, we're making tremendous progress, particularly around the police budget and especially around overtime, right? And in fact, up until May, I believe, the police department is under their overtime budget by 11%. Now, there's an estimated amount that I believe that you're referring to, which is less than what it was this time last year by, I believe, about $40 million. We know that the demand for our department has been quite severe because it's not just about your traditional form of policing. It's, special events, it's protests, right? There are many different circumstances that lead to policing needing to have a stronger presence. I signed an executive order providing the police department with a 3-month window to determine whether or not overtime will be needed. Look, there's more work to be done. We're not dismissing that, and there's progress being made.
Today, the Ethics and Government Oversight Committee passed a resolution calling for U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros to resign given his handling of the Broadview 6 case and other issues. Do you share that belief that he should resign?
I do. I mean, look, justice is what I'm seeking. I've put forth an executive order calling for a pathway to prosecution. The type of federal overreach that has occurred has had significant damage on lives and resource, right? I mean, as you refer to even the budget around the Chicago Police Department, the amount of resources that the city of Chicago was forced to spend as a result of the terror that's coming from the federal government is astronomical. And so we do have to continue to hold the federal government accountable because the type of terror and the type of damage to our local economy has been quite severe. In fact, I believe that we should have a concerted effort. If the Trump administration is really interested in helping Chicago, he should pay back every single dollar that we had to spend as a result of his illegal activity.
So we are continuing to listen in there to Chicago Mayor Johnson. And one of the questions is whether he is going to be seeking re-election. He dodged that question, but he's answering questions for others. I also wanted to bring your attention to this live look, and it looks like New Jersey Governor Cheryl is now here as she is going to be speaking about the ongoing recovery efforts pertaining to the flooding right there. She's actually here at the BJ's, and I'm not sure if you were able to see this video, but as we're awaiting for her to speak, take a look at this. This is the video that has been circulating right here in the BJ's after part of its roof collapsed because of the sheer amount of water that was on the roof because of the massive amount of rainfall. This is the damage from inside the BJ's store there in this particular part of New Jersey, and the floor is just now a river, part of the roof collapsing right there. Thankfully, we understand that no one was hurt, but my goodness, it just really shares with you just how much rain fell in New Jersey, causing part of the BJ's roof there to collapse and flooding the store itself. So Governor Cheryl right now making the rounds there through New Jersey as thousands of people are continuing to recover after these storms and just the massive flooding. And this is what Fox News said. And we just saw the dramatic video that captured the moment that part of the roof collapsed inside a New Jersey BJ's wholesale club. That partial collapse happened yesterday morning at the Ocean Township store during severe weather. The video showing water crashing through the ceiling as shoppers rushed to safety. A large emergency response was launched after officials received that multiple people were trapped inside. Thankfully, no one was injured, according to officials, and the cause of the collapse remains under investigation. But this is just another vantage point. My gosh, and you can see this man there in the bakery section as he's just shopping, and then all of a sudden the roof collapsing. Incredibly, he was okay, but just incredible video right there at this BJ's. And so I wanted to bring you back live as we see New Jersey Governor Cheryl just talking there with folks. We do expect that she'll be providing an update. What we're going to do is we're just going to take this opportunity to step away just for a brief moment, heading right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to monitor this live look right here. This takes us out to New Jersey, where Governor Mickey Sherrill is there at a BJ's as the roof collapsed yesterday morning after just massive amounts of rain fell on the roof, causing it to partially collapse as people were shopping there. Thankfully, officials say no one was injured, but right behind Governor Sherrill, you can see the police tape still cordoning off sections of this area because there has to be, concerns over structural integrity. We also see that there is going to be a podium. We saw that in one of these live looks. So it looks like she's slowly making her way over to that. But if you're just joining us at this hour, I wanted to share this video with you. This is a flooding video right there from inside the BJ's in New Jersey. And in the distance, you can see that partial roof collapse, all of that rain now falling into the store. All of this happening yesterday morning, and I believe Ocean Township, New Jersey, right there. But we also have another vantage point that I wanted to share with you as you're taking a look at the water rushing like a river there inside the store. Take a look at this. This is the moment when the massive amounts of rain caused part of that roof to collapse in the bakery section. A man, you can see right there, was just shopping when all of a sudden, without warning, that roof came down, collapsing right there. So I do see it looks like folks are on the move here live, and unfortunately it does look like perhaps we lost that shot just for a little bit, but we were expecting Governor Sherrill to be speaking. Perhaps they are white balancing the camera. That's exactly what it looks like. We do see now that she is there in the middle of this. It looks like she's meeting and greeting with some law enforcement before perhaps walking over to providing an update. And we have seen that she's been touring parts of New Jersey, continuing to take a look at the damage left behind by the storms and by the flooding. I know that there's no microphone necessarily there, but I did want to just raise the audio to see what we can hear right now.
We searched the building. We got everybody out of the building. How many injuries? There were no reported injuries. Luckily, nobody was trapped under any of the roof that fell. That was later determined after
You got the dogs?
Yeah, so they did a secondary search. They used the county drone, and they were able to determine that nobody was injured inside.
Yeah. Oh, great. Well, thank you. That's pretty dangerous.
How many water rescues did you guys have yesterday? 2 main account.
Come on, Lieutenant, give me a number.
The number 74.
Roughly.
40.
Right. How many cars?
There was a total of 74 completed water rescues.
Yeah. Just in Ocean Township. Just in Ocean Township. It's amazing.
And about 50 cars or so?
About, yeah. And so was that mostly pulling people out of their cars? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Thanks. It's pretty dangerous work. I don't think people realize how quickly these waters flood and how fast they can be moving and stuff. So it seems like a lot of people got caught. Well, thank you guys. I know that people don't always realize how dangerous your jobs are, but I think times like these, people are so happy that you're here and trained, and some of the best trained officers in the nation, really, and I really appreciate everything our police and fire do. I've lived all over the country in the Navy, and not everybody operates, so it's great that we have you guys. Not so great we have these weather events, but it's great that we have you guys when we do, so thank you. I really appreciate it.
Governor, I also have Tommy Hardy from Public Works down here. What you see out there on the streets that they can, really understand on the state level what we need down here for some assistance?
I've never seen flood like this before. 35 was like a river. Monmouth Road, County Road, like a river. West Park. It was pretty crazy. As fast as it came down, the system couldn't take it. But my crews did a great job trying to clear up what they could. again, assisting the police with roads and individuals that were flooded out. But basically, that's it.
Yeah, you guys got some of the worst rainfall in the state. If you could make sure anybody, businesses, otherwise with damage, reports that through the OEM portal, that just helps us with some of the advocacy we're going to be doing for federal resources. So they should call their insurance company, but then get it through that portal. And if you need help, if you need county or state resources, reach out so we can make sure people can fill that out and gather that information, because there's certain things we need, thresholds we need to meet to start to advocate for that. But thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, so it's a little unclear. Now, earlier we did see that there was a podium set up, and you can see that folks right now are walking over to it. We're going to hang on this because perhaps Governor Sherrill is going to give more prepared statements in front of the microphone, and you can see the podium right there in front of the BJs. We also wanted to let you know, as we're waiting for Governor Sherrill to make her way over to that podium, you're taking a look at some of the video of the roof collapse there at the BJ's. That's the building that you're seeing in the distance in that live upper left-hand box. But this is what it looks like inside. At least this is the initial damage from yesterday morning after just massive amounts of rain caused part of the BJ's roof to collapse while people were shopping inside. Thankfully, miraculously, officers say that no one was injured, which is quite impressive as we've seen some of this. And as we're waiting for Governor Sherrill, I did want to share this with you. Take a look. The moment when the roof collapsed. I mean, it looks like a tidal wave coming through.
Testing,
just
1,
absolutely
2, 3.
incredible. So we are still waiting for Governor Sherrill to make her way. It looks like this gentleman might be providing just a microphone check. But earlier we were hearing from her, and we were also hearing from some of the first responders and law enforcement. Governor Sherrill just indicating that she is going to ask for federal assistance following just so much damage and the continuing recovery efforts there in New Jersey. Other parts of that area also receiving just massive amounts of rain following that heat dome that was covering. So just a lot of extreme weather in many parts of the country, including New Jersey. So we're just going to wait on this just for a little bit. If it seems like it's going to be taking more than just a few moments of Governor Sherrill to make her way to the podium, we'll take that opportunity to step away. But it looks like, at least from the photographer, as they're moving this live look, we can see that she's slowly making her way over. She's right there. And so we're just going to raise the audio and listen in.
Before you ask a question, that would be great. You guys want to, where you want us? Yeah.
Margie, I'm on the end.
Great. Yeah.
Yep. I'll get over here. I like you.
We're all friends.
All right. So we're here where the building collapsed recently. We were talking to some of the first responders about what they saw, and then the state had sent some of their canine crews through just to assess after they'd cleared the building to make sure no one was missed. So luckily there were no injuries, but it was so impressive to hear from our first responders about how many people. I think they said they had 74 water rescues in these flash floods. This was this part of the state that was hit hardest as far as the amount of rain coming down per hour. I think it was about 4 inches an hour. So we saw some really intense flooding right away. So just came to assess what's going on, make sure the town has the resources they need, and then we'll continue to hear from them as they update that as businesses and homeowners get in touch. Questions?
Yeah, Governor, Michael Warren, WNYC. I know you guys put out a call for business owners, property owners to submit damage assessments. What do you guys need? What do you think you need before going to Washington to ask for help?
There's a threshold that we need to meet, which we probably will with the damage that's gone on across the state. But then we'll start to advocate with the federal delegation for the resources. It's not assured just because we meet a certain threshold. And certainly we've seen some of those decisions with this administration and under President Trump get pretty political. So we'll be using our delegation there to really advocate for what we need.
Matt, that was important to you. This was a very complex kind of multi-day
describe the coordination between agencies statewide down to the local level?
Well, the bad news is we had, it feels like almost every weather event known to man in a very short period of time. The good news is we have
All right.
And so it started off Wednesday. We put out, I did a press conference warning of the heat dome that was coming because we get hot temperatures here. And I know even when I first heard we were having this heat coming, I said, oh, it seems like we have a heat wave every summer. This was different. So we got engaged very aggressively right away to alert people that this was going to be, along the 95 corridor up to 110 of the heat effect with humidity, really dangerous conditions, as we knew people were going to be out over the 4th of July weekend. We had our Department of Health engaged to give people tips on staying safe. As we went through the weekend, then we knew thunderstorms would be rolling in. What we didn't hear, what wasn't anticipated, what NOAA wasn't predicting were these microbursts, 85-mile-per-hour winds up in out here in Monmouth and up in Morris County, Sussex County. So that was just taking out really healthy trees, which were bringing down a lot of power lines. So then we were on top of all of our utility providers. This has been a real push. We have some of the oldest grid in the nation, and we pay very high prices. So it's actually been a real focus of mine on my affordability agenda. I was just early this morning in Salem to talk about some of our grid resiliency efforts, but of course we're facing why that's so necessary now as we're trying to get people's power back online. And then, of course, we have on top of that, just yesterday came in the flash floods across the state. So I think what we're dealing with is, in some cases there are upgrades we need for resiliency, and we're going to continue to work on that. But in many cases, too, we are facing weather events, the likes of which are unprecedented. So I got into office and on day one was already meeting with emergency crews because we were anticipating the worst snowstorm in 10 years. And then the next snowstorm was the worst in a generation. And then this heat has been the worst in 14 years. And then we've never even heard of some of these 85-mile-per-hour microbursts up in some of our counties. So we are really working with everyone. I was just having a conversation with our mayor, our senator, our assemblywoman about how we need to come together to really work on all of the ways in which we're going to make New Jersey more resilient.
I got questions from Assemblywoman Flynn, Assemblywoman Fantasia about why not declare a state of emergency. Could you elaborate on that, and if there is enough resources to help those all over the state relieve this?
We, like I said, have swung into action really aggressively. We've called hundreds of people across the state, mayors, counties, emergency managers. I've been on the ground with many of them. In fact, before I got here, I mentioned I was in Salem earlier, then Camden County. The other day I was in Morris. So we are making sure every single person has the resources, every single group has the resources they need. We're training and retraining on how to submit some of that, and we have been opening up the emergency portal so people can submit claims through that. As you've seen, it's been very targeted areas throughout the state that we've had a lot of weather events at a lot of different places, so we're handling all of those and really getting engaged on the ground in the different areas of our state that have very different needs. Here you see there are damages, most of it related to flooding. Morris County, it's mostly trees falling on power lines. We've also had to deal with the Morris and Essex train line. That was trees falling. So at every turn, we've been working incredibly hard with really, and you saw them, they've probably all gone right back to work, really impressive first responders and crews going around the state to address it.
Just looking to the future, places like Wesley Lake never flooded until the last couple of years.
We're doing assessments on resiliency, and look, the state's built how the state's built, right? We need to look going forward. So the mayor was talking about his work to desilt and desnag rivers. I know when I was a member of Congress, that was a huge issue. We worked with a strike force. The Whippany River, which historically was a 4 or 5 foot river, was a series of ponds that was so silted up. So there are resiliency measures we need to take to make sure water's flowing, to make sure it has a place to go. You're right, there are a lot of impervious surfaces. We have to protect our watersheds. and that's important. With that, we're going to have to build more housing. We have to do so smartly. That's why the plan that.
All right, so it does look like this live feed there from New Jersey has
built on the area, but that could be turned into apartment buildings.
It looks like it's back up and running, and now it's frozen again. What we're going to do is we're just going to take this opportunity to step away for a break. We're going to see if it gets back up and running, that connection improving. We'll be
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.